Okay, so let's hope YouTube didn't see that. I was feeling very tight. Did you see anything you shouldn't have seen, Cosmic?
No, I just saw a picture of my own profile on the screen for a second, so I think you might be good.
Okay, good. Because I clicked it to turn off my camera, but for some reason I came back and the camera was on. Hopefully I was walking fast enough for it not to register. I think I don't want to test it. Yo, hello. Welcome, Tom. How are you doing? I hope I didn't flash. Tell me, please, guys. Tell me if I flashed. If I did, I'll have to bloom and edit this video on YouTube and remove the beginning of the video. I hope I didn't flash the screen. Dang. I really thought I had muted the camera because it showed me mute, and when I came back, it wasn't. I don't know if
I
that's
didn't
me
see
or
anything.
well,
So,
you were looking at the screen, right?
yeah.
Okay, that's really good. Maybe it's the angle of the camera is just wow. I'm gonna go back and watch this. In fact, let me introduce Cosmic while I go back and watch that potentially really challenging scene, because you know what YouTube's like. They want to give me trouble for Indy not wearing a top. Can you imagine if they saw my alter ego on screen, like my full alter ego? That would be a serious problem, wouldn't it? You know how these buggers work. Them don't mess around, baby. So anyway, here we are. Let me talk about better and brighter things. We have in the studio with us Cosmic Prankster, who is our in-house, what do we call him? He's our brother from another mother that does channeling, but not the kind of channeling that you guys are so used to. He's really cool. We love Cosmic. He's absolutely awesome. He has a relationship with the Fae that he's been building over the course of a number of years, and he's been channeling a system, cosmological, philosophical, occult-based system of magic. Essentially, is what it's growing to become. It's got a language. It's got all the little puzzle pieces that you need to make a system systemic. So without any further words, do say a few words about yourself and welcome, dear Cosmic. It's always an honor to be on the show.
Thanks for having me, Franklin. And basically, it's like a lot of the stuff that the Fae have been teaching me with their magic is sort of like it's a metaphysical system, just about like understanding the universe via bubbles. And basically, if I could kind of sum up the philosophy, it's like every metaphysical perception kind of like says that the world is one thing. It's like it's one this, one that, whatever. But this is a philosophy that says that that reality is not one thing. It's multiple things. It's multiple bubbles, multiple universes, and this is just kind of extrapolating and exploring that concept and into all of its implications. And their language and their ideas kind of help like make that make sense. So that's kind of like also what I've been working on lately too, is just like spending the last days just sort of like spending more time kind of like deconstructing materialism and ultimately realizing that like literally that woke and materialism are literally exactly the same thing. And they're just basically like applied determinism. And it's all basically because all of that, a lot of that weird stuff that's going on in the world, it's basically just taking the philosophy of what if human beings fundamentally don't have free will and are always the subject of their previous, interactions, and just applying that to every single facet of life. And then that's how you end up with totalitarianism. And I realized that materialism is inherently linked to all of that because it's the determinism of materialism that then creates the foundation for all these kind of authoritarian, totalitarian government systems that we're sort of like dealing with today. So I feel like I've made a lot of progress in going through that journey. And yeah, let's get into this conversation today.
Well, I'm glad to announce that the show won't be kicked off YouTube. So, yay! You didn't see my full alter ego. You only saw what you were meant to see, which is perfect. That's good to hear. I was a bit concerned there that I had done something illegal. You know what YouTube's like, dude? Get your knickers off for just 1 second, and that's it. Like, your show will be banned. You'll be like removed from YouTube, or those are like I think those are beyond strike. You'd have like X rating on all over your channel, and you wouldn't even be able to like do a live. Probably they'd probably ban you from doing lives. Who knows? Anyway, we're good. We didn't go that way. We didn't make any of those errors, so we are 100% okay. We have followed all the rules. You know me, I love following rules. So yeah, like you're saying about totalitarianism, that's a very interesting. It's probably a good place to start, Cosmic. We should start with the macrocosm. And thank you, dear Hollowbone Hawk. And Tom, lovely to have you guys here. Hope you guys are all having a fantastic weekend and a fantastic day. I've had a great day. Absolutely lovely day. I'm celebrating with the best cocoa. Totalitarianism. Totalitarianism requires 3 facets to work. And this is sort of like an insight into manifestation, magic, sorcery, whichever it is, you require these 3 elements, right? You require the passion, the emotional field, which is going to bond you to the outcome. And that field of energy is called love. Then you need to have the wisdom aspect of the correct idea, the correct intention, the correct foundation with which to structure what it is that you're doing, whether it's a spell, whether it's sorcery, whether it's witchcraft, magic, whatever field of occult practice you're following. And then you need the will to enact the rituals necessary, the will to produce the action required to work in synergy, and the will to drive the thoughts and the passions and the ideas into a wave field that holds mass in order to push the intention forwards as if to imprint it upon reality. And so you can see these 3 elements of, the occult path of love, power, and wisdom always have to work in union and in synergy. There's no one without the other. I mean, we'll break down later the separate individual paths and how the paths differ and how the paths lead to different points that are extensions of the same reality, the same place. Sort of like being inside the house and popping your head out of the door, popping your head out of the window, or looking outside using your security cameras. But either way, your presence is in the house and outside of the house simultaneously through whichever medium you choose to externalize yourself. And that's an interesting way of looking at it and probably quite relevant. But when we're talking about totalitarianism, those 3 elements also have to be present, because totalitarianism is like a kind of a voodoo spell, man. It's some insane kind of witchcraft. It's powerful use of occult symbolism and occult programming. And there's usually an accompaniment of some form of sorcery. There's usually beings involved that are being utilized, very often deities from religion, because religion helps to drive totalitarianism in a powerful way. I mean, it's not the only way. And when not religion, then a proverbial national spirit is created. And that national spirit gains a personality, presence, and it gets invited in to every space. And one is then expected to become closely aligned with this spirit, which, if we look at it, is walking the path of sorcery. And naturally, you know, the elements of witchcraft and occult, sorcery, and magic are all quite closely aligned. They're not necessarily on separate planets, as it were. So aligning these three principles gives people, hey, I just realized that my screen is, oh gosh, that's really going to make the difference of experience for me. Ah, welcome everybody. I can read your text. That's so cool, man. I had the screen turned down. It's like to 0 brightness. Yep. I turn down the screen to 0 brightness when I'm not at the screen. So welcome, dear Esme. How are you? I hope you are well. Sending you big love, big blessings. And big love and blessings to everybody else that's joining us and watching us. So what do you think about those three elements as being foundational and fundamental and necessary in any?
I think it kind of aligns with some of the like Kith, Zith, and O in my system. The idea of there's being 4 nodes of perception, sort of the emotional, the sensorial, and the intellectual. So I think that actually kind of jives well with that, because in a lot of ways those are sort of like their universes onto themselves, and the combination of those sort of 3 Zerfax universes are essentially what creates our entire perception of reality and our entire universe. So the idea is someone can take the narrative and control those spheres. One could potentially control one's reality, hence the totalitarianism.
Yeah, exactly. If you want to hijack someone's system, you got to do it from, you know, totally. I think that sort of summarizes the word totalitarianism, right? It's a total hijack. So your emotional body and your passions need to be totally hijacked. Your mental ideas, your ideology, your belief system has to be totally hijacked. And then what you're actually doing with your time, how you utilize your power and how you apply your agency has to be controlled. So without controlling all 3 elements, your agency, your emotional foundations, your alignment, and your ideology and belief system, it's not a totalitarian state, or totalitarianism can't exist. And I think when you align all 3 of those and you are able to hijack all 3 aspects of someone's consciousness, you will then hijack the 4th plane. Does that tally for you, dear Cosmic?
Yeah, basically, if you think about totalitarian, the term, it's total. It totalizes it's an ideology that seems to utilize itself in every aspect of human thought, experience, and cognition imaginable. Just it's everything. It's just taking one idea. Because I think in a lot of ways, sometimes someone can take an idea and, you know, apply it to maybe a few facets of their life, maybe just in terms of what they believe in God or what the afterlife is, but they don't really apply it to every single aspect of their life. Whereas other people, it's like, no, it's like, it's kind of like with Christianity, for example. Like some people, you know, they think, oh, you know, the Bible, it's got some really great ideas. I really resonate with Jesus Christ, but I don't take everything in the Bible literally. Totalitarianism is you take everything in the Bible completely 100% literally, like no ambiguity, and you don't, you know, there's no compromise. You do whatever it says with 100% accuracy. That is what totalitarianism is essentially is. But I think when you understand kind of like propaganda, that in order to really indoctrinate someone, you have to kind of, you know, have all of those vectors sort of in control. And because if you only have one, you know, the one can ride out. So like, for example, like if you're only, you know, infiltrating someone on the wisdom path, for example, you know, someone could present something to you with powerful wisdom, but maybe love will suggest, hey, this is actually very immoral and unethical. And, you know, and it kind of like maybe say, oh, maybe I should question this belief. Likewise, someone could give you like false love, for example, and manipulate your sense of love, and your wisdom could tell you, hey, you know, this isn't in alignment with love. This doesn't make sense. This is illogical. And then with power, you know, you can, and if love and wisdom are that, you can find your own individual power and say, no, I'm not going to stand for this. I'm going to stand up against it. So if one of these love, wisdom, and power is unchecked, it can sort of mitigate and sort of like correct the other two if they get corrupted or control. So to control the person, you have to control all three of them simultaneously. It's kind of like the like Thanos rings of power. You got to use all the power before you can, do the thing or whatever. It's kind of like that.
Yeah, brother, completely. That makes total sense. And I think like this is rather a fundamental key. Excuse me a moment. There we go. How's my audio, by the way? Is it good? Am I happy?
Your audio's fine.
Not too loud, not too soft. It's just working perfectly. Yeah.
Yeah, it's at a good level.
Good. That's how I like it to be that way. I like it to be at a good level, because a good level works out well for me. Welcome, namaste, D Love. We've got Esme, we've got D Love, we've got Tom Rue. Namaste, Vince. How you doing? We've got Hollowbone Hawk. We've got who else have we got in the house? We've got Tom Rue and the crew, and everybody else is just watching. Big love and blessings to you guys. Don't feel shy to have a chat in the chat box. We've got such a cool crew of people here. There are two different lives, by the way, if you want to be a part of the conversation. There's a phone vertical and there's a horizontal. Most of the people hang out in the horizontal. So if you go into the vertical and you don't see any chat, it's because the chat's happening in the horizontal. There you can see the chat on the corner of the screen, just so you got a little bit of a look at it. And that will give us a better idea of what's going on. So yeah, I think like this is definitely definitely something to think about, especially when we're talking about like totalitarianism. Does totalitarianism, okay, let's look at Hitler, for example. Like, YouTube loves it when we talk about Hitler, doesn't it? Like, we should talk about Hitler more often. One of the things I noticed, like when you look at the story of Hitler, it seems that Hitler was quite well loved by his German brethren. Have you come across this as well?
Yeah. That's kind of how it was back in the day, because I think the thing about Hitler that a lot of people don't recognize is that a lot of the attitudes that he held were basically already held by a lot of the German people at the time. They lost World War I, they felt humiliated and defeated, and they're kind of like, man, and basically what Hitler kind of did, like as any populist does, is kind of reads the room and figures out, okay, this is what people are emotionally resonating with. And he figured out a way to exploit that, for his own advantage. Like, people are disaffected, they feel sort of, spiritually lost. And then basically what he does is sort of fills that power vacuum that was there. And kind of that's how he got people, aligned with their things. Because that's the thing about these ideologies and the totalitarian system. They're a lot like viruses, man. Like you think about it, when you get a virus, you don't typically get a virus when you're, well and you're healthy and you're sleeping well. It's when you feel like crap and you're tired and you haven't been eating well and you feel weak and sick, and that's when it's able to get you and attack you. And I think with ideology, it's the same thing. When you feel good about your life and you feel like you have a sense of purpose in your life and your direction, a lot of these ideologies just seem like a bunch of nonsensical bullshit, essentially. But if you're someone who genuinely feels aimless, hopeless, filled with despair, and you see some Pied Piper coming along and they got some kind of dream for some better world, you're just going to eat that thing up because, and I think the other thing about these ideologies that I've been thinking about lately is that in a lot of ways that before you indoctrinate someone, you have to first sort of remove the wisdom that they already have. You have to kind of take their experiences, their wisdom, and you have to kind of delegitimize that area. So then you can fill in the indoctrination. It's like you think about like you're filling up a jar of water, right? A jar of liquid. You can't fill a jar up with liquid if the jar is already full. Like let's say the jar is filled with water, and you want to fill the jar with like black kerosene or something like that. You can't really pour the black kerosene into the jar if there's water already in it. So you have to first pour the water out and then you pour in the kerosene. Because that's what I kind of noticed with like what materialist atheist does and how it basically leads people into this sort of woke ideology. It basically kind of like takes your dreamscape, your sort of world, and sort of basically napalm bombs the whole thing. So it's just a barren desert, scorched earth. And then they kind of plant their poisonous crops onto your imagination, sort of infest your mind. So it has to be that vacuuming. And I still remember one of my favorite books, The Never Ending Story, where there's the witch Zaid who's talking to Bastion, the main protagonist, and she's basically talking about that she has these like this army of these sort of like mechanical like robot beetle creatures, and she basically kind of has a speech about that the fact that they're empty is what allows me to move them, and that anything that is empty I can move with my will. And I always thought that was a very interesting line, because that's essentially what a lot of these totalitarian ideologies use. Before they fill you with bullshit, they got to kind of empty you out first to make room to fill up the bullshit. So in a lot of ways, making you feel empty and aimless is kind of the precursor to set people up for this way of thinking.
Totally, brother. Totally. And that's also like what you were mentioning in the beginning was that Hitler and Mussolini as well. Another person, powerful, charismatic people that inspired love, right? And they didn't just redesign the show. They looked at what was already in the glass and just added more of the same. I think that's the key to creating a good, proper, solid dictatorship. If you really want to implement, totalitarianism, make sure that you don't stray from the narrative, whatever the narrative is. Let me welcome dear brother Indy Sage. Indy is with us. We call him the Sage because he's pure Virgo, baby. He loves his books. He loves his research. He's an anthropologist at heart. He's also drowning in the Tao. Taoism calls his name. Very much shamanically inspired, and Hermetics and Western and Eastern cosmological principles and occult philosophies. He's packing it all in his bookworm brain. And he's also had some really cool experiences. Welcome, dear brother Indy. Oh, he does shadow work. It's like one of his big things. So he helps people embrace. I am your father, Luke. Welcome to the dark side. No, that's not what he does. But he helps people like acknowledge that, like, my dad was a bad guy. From Luke Skywalker's perspective. Welcome, dear brother Indy, and it's an honor having you. Welcome, dear Chaya. I see you've just joined in. Hope you guys are both well. Big love, and share a few words, brother. We were talking about totalitarianism.
All right, that sounds good. I've always contemplated that for a long time and reached further rabbit holes as I've gone through the journey. But yeah, thanks for the great introduction, as always, Franklin. I'm always deeply interested in the most mysterious and obscure of things that most people often have never heard of. And when I do meet folks that have heard of these obscure esoteric teachings, we really have a wonderful, resonating, deep discussion. And it all ties in with the exoteric, things that are more familiar to people, which, as you start to learn the esoteric understanding, oftentimes will start to bring light to the obfuscations and veil that has been put over our eyes to swallow the carrot on a stick whole, hook, line, and sinker. And when we start to uncover the secret teachings behind them, we start to realize that there were some half-truths involved in these mainstream understandings and indoctrinations, but they were usually used as a bait to reel us into a substanceless fear conditioning. And so once we've uncovered the truth, when people hear that truth, there's something about their intuition that lets them understand that rings true in their heart. And when people hear about lies, it's complicated, because lies are very complicated and complex, and they're inconsistent. But truths are always very consistent and simple. They meet in the middle, and people can come from many different walks of life and different teachings and understandings to understand and ascertain the same truths with different nomenclature and terms and words, but the same understanding and concepts, principles. So ancient philosophical Taoism is very dear to my heart. As a Jungian shadow work therapist, I've helped many souls. It started with my own, going through my own journey and spiritual rebirth after having had brain surgery in 2007. Got a little scar up here. You kind of see up top there. I'm a survivor, baby. So let's get into some more totalitarianism. I would suggest that democracy is fascism. It's a misnomer for fascism. Also, communism is a misnomer for fascism. True communism and socialism are when the people have the power. There's no hierarchy involved. So when there's any kind of dictator there and they're divvying out the monies, that's just a scam. But unfortunately, there's never really been a true communist society, as far as I know, outside of a commune. But oftentimes communes have some difficulties. I mentioned before in a show, oftentimes the ants have 97% of them are just wandering around looking busy. 3% do all the work. So in a commune situation, when 3% of the people are doing all the work, it gets frustrating a little bit for some folks when most of the people are just looking busy. But I know that people used to live with their extended families, and it was like a whole team of people to take care of many different tasks and different roles and responsibilities. But oftentimes there would be that one person that does all the organization and materialistic things of like taking care of the cleaning and taking care of the crops and the yard and the house and the cobwebs and all that jazz. Whereas other people might be able to, let's say, cook, tell jokes, play some music, entertain the kids, do all kinds of different things. Maybe go out and hunt or forage, bring back some food, things like that. Go on an adventure, go into town, sell some of the commerce that's being grown at the house as a salesman or a tradesman, different things. So when we have a team of people, life becomes very different. But right now with the divide and conquer strategy, people have been brought into nuclear families and then disseminated from there to be kicked out of the home at 18 and just be an independent lone soul. It's very different trying to do everything on your own, which is something that's new. This hasn't been going on for more than about 200 years. And people are pretty much being brought out and divided and easily exploited now through this process of separation, which is basically the main principle of the ego, the delusion of separation, the idea that we're separate, that we're one particular person that's like an island, and we're defined as our occupation or slave role in our society. And unfortunately, our individual gifts from the soul are usually kind of pushed down by a totalitarianist society where people might go back into their midlife crisis and awaken thinking, man, what happened? I wanted to be like a musician, or I wanted to be an artist or a poet, or maybe even I wanted to be a race car driver or an astronaut. But what happened? I ended up becoming a janitor or like a garbage truck man or like a plumber or something. And people might think, man, I think I want to start over. And at that point in your life, that's your chance to let your soul shine and find your vocation and do what your heart desires and meet your passions. But oftentimes we get stuck in our role of employment and our role for the family, and we sometimes get stuck in those roles. But sometimes it's all right. You're doing something for your community, you're doing something for your family. You didn't get to do what you wanted to do, but at least you did something good and you helped other people. And sometimes that's even more important than just doing what you want all the time. So let's see where you guys are going with this. I know you were talking about some regimes in the past through world governments, particularly in Europe, from what I was hearing. And we can get back into some of that totalitarian regimes of the Nazis and the Russians and the USSR and whatnot.
I think there's a common theme that both the Nazis and the communists ultimately had, And that really is that they kind of viewed humanity from more of this deterministic lens. But there's a kind of a different caveat, because the Nazis ultimately, they were more spiritual. They believed in the occult and the esoteric, and they were kind of like more hermetic in their outlook, and that we're all kind of the Aryan Brotherhood. We're all one thing. Whereas communism is much more atheistic and materialistic. So the idea with that is that because there is no God and there is no free will, there ultimately is no self. We're all just sort of the aggregates of the Big Bang. And so it's kind of like, a lot of ways, if you think about Marxism, it's actually kind of like an atheist materialist version of Hermeticism. Like, that's the way I kind of look at it now. Like, because it's also monistic. It also has this kind of as above, so below aspect, in that if everything is basically this kind of singular Big Bang, materialistic cause, if you make a change in the small, it has a butterfly that kind of effect that sort of leads into the sort of the deterministic universe and sort of shapes it based on your perception. And that's really what Marxism actually is. That the more that I think about it, it's simply taking the premise that, what if human beings don't have free will and they can't make individual choices, and all of their decisions are based on this sort of the emergent property of their past outcomes? That's what Marx is talking about with the material conditions. So really, to me, the essence of totalitarianism is removing individual free will from people, whether that be a right-wing fascism or left-wing fascism. It's sort of the same pattern. It's just sort of like, okay, if you're conservative, I can, mess with you using right-wing fascism. And if you're liberal, I can mess with you using left-wing fascism. It's basically just kind of like figuring out which kind of like candy is the best thing you can lure your victim with. But really, it's all about losing your sense of individuality in a collective, in a way that's where it's not really, where it's abusive. And it's not, because that's the thing about that love that comes from it. Because what that compassion actually is with communism is essentially the idea that people are blank slates, and that they are not individually responsible for the choices that they make. So, for example, let's say you're a criminal and you rob a bank, for example. From the perspective of free will, you made a conscious decision to rob that bank. You could have chose not to, but you chose, evil over good, and that's that explanation. Whereas if you look at it deterministically, you would look at it and say, no, that person didn't make a choice. This person had a traumatic upbringing. They lived in a terrible life, and those terrible material conditions force that person to rob that bank against their free will. But because they're born a blank slate, and those actions that they have are actually the results of his external conditions that are outside of his force, that person is then completely blameless. And then the society that created that problem is then treated as the victim or whatever. So in a lot of ways, when you think about Marxism and its ideology, it actually is completely inseparable from atheist materialism. But I guess you could see how it could be compatible with certain spiritual beliefs like Hermeticism or Hinduism or Buddhism, in the sense that it's monistic, and two, it has a kind of deterministic feature, whether it be the determinism of, the physical universe and the aggregates of matter from the Big Bang, or the determinism of everything being from the one source mind, and the sort of the causes and effect relationships that, lead to the inevitable, spiritual utopia where we're all aligned. But it's all taking everything into this singular vector of causality. And that singular vector of causality is usually controlled by the person in the power or the powers that be. So really, removing one sense of free will and one sense of individual agency and tricking them into thinking that's actually a good thing, that seems to be the bread and butter of totalitarianism in my analysis.
I think that's quite an interesting point that you bring up here when we're looking at totalitarianism. they've got to make you love. They've got to make you love the idea. And they usually have to have someone that you love, right? These days, totalitarianism has been brought about by hate. That's like some weird, twisted voodoo that they're playing with us, man. So I'll give you an example. They'll put someone like Biden on the stage, and everybody absolutely hates the idea of him being president because, like, who cleans him when he goes to the loo? Because he's not going to remember, right? And this dude, like you can't put him in behind the wheel of a car, right? He can't do anything for himself. He can barely find his way off the stage. He gets lost. He gets lost in front of a camera on a stage. I mean, there's two ways off the stage, right? Two ways. The one way goes to a door and the one way doesn't. I mean, he'll get dizzy and confused, not know which way to walk off the stage. And like everybody's watching him. It's like, dude, there's only one way. That's the way. Like there's chairs there. You can't go there. So they'll put something really bad in front of you, like as if to say, like, do you want to eat this really rotten apple? Or do you want to eat this not rotten junk food that's really top bad? And then you're like, well, I can't eat that really disgusting rotten apple. So, okay, give me the McDonald's chips with whatever that McDonald's crap is on the side, right? Because at least it's not green and moldy. And that's how they would get you to eat the McDonald's, by comparing it to a rotten apple. Or making you scared that, what was the scare that they hit us with? Do you remember? They did it all across the UK. They did it in the world. Oh, spinach. Salmonella on the spinach. Right? Salmonella on the salad. Oh my gosh.
I think we got that in America too.
Yes. I mean, come on. What kind of a dizzy world are we living in? Dude, when you take the leaves of your salad before you eat it, do you not wash it? And when you wash it, do you use these two little holes in the front of your head to inspect the salad? Do you use your fingers? Is it slimy? Right? If it's slimy, it's got something growing on it. You know, I think like you should be able to tell what fresh salad looks like.
Yeah, definitely.
So this is what they do. You know, they brainwash us. So brainwashing is that fundamental key. And I think as well, you know, making you think you don't have a choice. Sorry. I got a piece of charcoal. I blew into my charcoal and went in my mouth. But so it's like got in my throat and made me feel like all itchy in my throat, charcoal is good for your throat, by the way. It's just charcoal, just dust. But I do think that there is like an important point where we are able to sort of take stock and recognize that we're being sort of pushed, you know, literally being pushed. T-O, yum, plantain, yum. Yeah, man, welcome. How you doing? Hope you're well. We've got Lockhides, Anoin, Nikos. I hope I said that right. Namaste. Welcome to you guys. Am I saying that right? Lockhides, Lockidus.
Anthony Kiedis.
I don't know how to say the rest of that. I'll give it a whirl. Shall I give it a whirl? Let me make it bigger so I can read it properly. Lockidus, Ionoionikos. Ionoionikos. Lockidus, Ionoionikos. How's that? Does that give a bit of a ring to the sound? Anyway, big love, Naraka. I hope you're good. Hope you're well. Hope you're all thriving. Ooh, Loma. Welcome. I hope you're good. Hope you're smiling. Hope everybody's...
I wanted to make a point of what you were saying a second ago about hatred, because I was thinking about sort of the occult concept of like fire, and I think a lot of times we talk about how fire is related to anger and hate, and that it's it's destructive and unpredictable. But I think one thing that's also important to mention is that fire is attention grabbing. It's bright. It makes you focus on it. Like you think about if you're in the middle of a forest and there's a fire happening, every animal, bird, and person is going to have its eyes focused on that fire. So in a lot of ways, the thing about anger and hate is that it draws a lot of attention in the same way that fire does with its brightness. I wanted to kind of bring that point to the table.
That's interesting. I think fire, on one hand, can represent hate. On another hand, it can represent love. Because fire also produces warmth. And warmth in your heart, the heart center, literally the organ of the heart, as is recognized by Chinese medicine, and as we speak about it commonly, to have a warm heart, to be a loving person.
Yeah, I think one thing I think though is also that I think each of the four kind of classical elements are kind of different expressions of love. So I can see what you're talking about, fire being love, but maybe it's kind of like an unstable, overly emotional, overly exaggerated kind of love. And maybe it's something conscious like water, where it's like a love, but it's more calm and tranquil and more kind of like stable. And so I kind of like look at it sort of like that,
Exactly. That's the point. Yeah, the different elemental qualities of the love. And like you say, the love of fire is the kind of love that makes people do things. Like, I'll give you an example. My beautiful lady love, she made me this mug, and it's the damn finest mug you ever seen. It says Bush Whisperer. She painted it for me, and it is such a beautiful mug. I wish I could show you. It's got cocoa in it. It's got 9 hearts inside it. It's got a pink, and it's got an amber and a pink in the bottom with these hearts rimming it. It's a really pretty cup. It says Bush Whisperer. On the other side, it says Elavalu. Elavalu is the Sinhalese word for vegetable. Sounds very much like I love you. So I had to show off my Bush Whisperer mic. It's not part of the merch program. I don't have merch. It was made just for me by my sweetheart. Well, I'm so happy. But speaking of love, speaking of fire, right? Like, I love my girlfriend. I'm quite protective. If some bloke were to cause trouble with her, my love for her might make me go like, doof, on the guy's head. Right? You with me? It's not ideally the way I would want to be, right? But this is the kind of thing. Like, if a man's with a woman and the woman, he loves the woman, and someone messes with his girlfriend, tries to cause trouble with him, and they're going to see the wrathful side of the man, right? And that's coming from a place of love, but it can be, like Cosmic says, it can be volatile, right? It can be destructive. It can be harmful. It can cause people suffering. Like, so you can see how, luckily I'm not the jealous type. Some guys still take that to the level of some guy talking to your girlfriend means he's hitting on her, and now they need to go and cause trouble, You get that ridiculous side of the story as well. But so love, the fiery element of love, is toxic. But the water element of love can also be very cool. It can be very calculating. The water element of love can be like, I'll give you as much love as you've earned. It can turn love into a collateral. And love can be used as like a payment, transactional love. So water's got its own shortcomings. And the element of air, love can be very like, oh, I love you so much. And then like an hour later, like, who the hell are you? I never loved you. So the air element can be very changeable, very mutable, and not be consistent. And the earth element can be like, needy, I need you. I can't live without you. So each element of the love has got its own sort of downfall. It's only when we sort of compromise on each level and bring all together in a sort of unified field that we get like a full kind of love. And it's interesting, like when we start thinking of these 3 principles, I think each of the 3 principles has the same thing. Like when we think of wisdom in fire is eureka, inspired thought, original inspired thought. The air wisdom element is that ability to cognitively consider and contemplate and put into language and to plan what you're going to express, thoughts, and give a personified perspective of an idea in such a way, and also planning how to implement these ideas for the future. The water element of wisdom Could be the ability to reflectively see hidden aspects of something. That's how we look into the esoteric. Esoteric is very watery inspired. And the earth element would be analytical wisdom, where you've pulled that stuff through your anal center, and this is how it is. It's not like that. No, you're wrong. It's not like that. You're wrong. It's like this and that and this and that, and that's it. It can be very bull-headed, like a bull, right? And can tend to be a little bit much of a bully, trying to force the idea of my belief onto anybody else. That's like too much earth element. And when we look at power in terms of the earth element could be subjugating you on a physical level, right? Power on a watery elemental level could be subjugating you on a mental on a deep mental level, right? Very deep mental, unconsciously manipulating. Subjugating you on a mental level would be like bulldozing over your ideas and making you feel stupid and forcing you to believe my ideas. That would be, water wisdom being misused or out of balance. And the fire element of it would be, we were talking about action, right? So the action would be when we're putting it into the earth of the fire element, we would be sort of making you think that everything that you do or is futile, that you have no agency, your dreams and your passions mean nothing. So there are a lot of ways that all three of these elements of love, power, and wisdom feed into all of the elements, even though I would say that they do have fundamental elemental nature. But when I say elemental nature, I mean pre-elemental nature as opposed to elemental nature. Oh, he's finished eating. He's come to join Daddy. I'm going to have to put him into bed in a couple of minutes. It's just gotten dark out here. So what do you guys think about that as like the elemental nature and then the pre-elemental nature? And when I say pre-elemental nature, I'll give you an example of what I mean. Agni versus Tejas, or Vapas, right? Versus Pani, with the water element versus the subtle water element. And by subtle, I mean that which is primordial. So there are like three primordial states that have a very subtle elemental nature, but not an elemental state. And then there are elemental states which have the elemental natures expressed through elemental states. Does that make sense to you guys when I put it into that context? What do you think about those three elemental states as the three fundamental elemental states as being primordial versus the four elemental realities that embody those three elemental potentials to become elemental states of consciousness and energy?
Making them 12, essentially.
Yeah. Exactly. It's like this is how we got that's how the cosmic wheel comes into play. So it's interesting, like if we look at the fundaments of love and the fundaments of power and the fundaments of wisdom, one could say that power in its fundamental has got that primordial fire, and wisdom in its fundamental primordial state is the primordial state of water, and wisdom in its primordial state, in its fundamental primordial state, is the primordial state of air, because air is what like bridges the gaps between all things, connects things to other things. So we're talking about the principle of correspondence, right? And then we're talking about the principle of of vibration as being the active expression, power to manifest. And then we're talking about the principle of mentalism, if you're going to get right down to it, to understand the absolute state of which we can call love, right? It's the totality of unity. It's where everything is unified in a state where you're not separate. So when you love someone, you're not really separate from them. The more you love, the less separate you become, until you're so in love with that person that they're like a part of you and you're a part of them, to the point where if they leave this world, you feel like a part of you has left this world, right? That's love. So what do you guys think about these three aspects as they relate to the fundamental primordial?
I think they're really interesting. Imagine like if water were to be wisdom and earth were to be knowledge, then when you pour experience into knowledge and make it into understanding, it's like you're mixing the water with the earth, and it turns from dust or stone into clay. And so it's more able to be used and formed into things that can be shared, things that can be used, more practical. Whereas earth in itself as knowledge kind of just slips through your hands. It's like sand, or it's like rock. You can't even reach inside of it. You're just seeing the surface of things. So also the idea of fire being involved in this, I feel like fire could be involved with more like emotions and passions. And so passions kind of have a play in wisdom, in the sense that through acting on our passions, we experience the understanding of how to implement the gratification of our needs and our drives. So through taking steps to make those passions into something of substance, I think it would be like in such a way where you have fire that burns too strong, it turns everything to ashes. But if you apply a little bit of wisdom, it's like you're sprinkling a little bit of water onto it, or it's like a light rain, and it's kind of slowing it down, but it's still burning, but it's going to burn for a lot longer. It's not going to make things disintegrate so fast. So I feel like there's an interplay there between the fire and the water. And then as far as air goes, I feel like air, one thing about air, like air element people, like I have a Gemini rising, and my son's in Aquarius. Air element people are usually untethered. They're not grounded. They're just all over the map, flying around. The wind blows one way, they're going with it that way. The wind blows another way, they're going back the other way. So they could be wishy-washy. They could be kind of like too imaginative and not practical enough. Whereas like me as a Virgo, like an earth element or a Taurus would come in and say like, okay, let's take all these like airy-fairy ideas and like make them into something real, and like let's put them into work and like put them into practice, and like let's see how they work. So I feel like that would be like an element in which we have earth creating like a windmill, where we're taking that wind and it's turning into something that's making power, that's doing things, that's actually making us be able to use that wind for more practical things. But without the wind, you wouldn't be able to have that feature of the integration like that, because there'd be nothing to blow on the propellers to make them move. So I feel like wind is very powerful, but it can be kind of unconnected and ungrounded, in the sense where like a lot of people in the new age talk about like two different things. Like there's only love and there's only light. You don't need to ever forgive anyone or be forgiven, and nothing wrong ever happens. Everything's just like a blessing in disguise or something or whatever. And the idea that like we're spirits or aliens having a human experience, this place isn't even real. The mothership's going to rescue us. We're going to turn into a light body and disappear into another dimension, where everyone that's on a lower plane is going to stay here and suffer without us. and we're going to leave. The ideas like this are just not practical. They're not well thought through. They're basically like spiritual elitism. The idea that like if you do better, you're going to disappear and be chosen, and like everything's going to be okay for you, and you're going to go into a magical place somewhere else. To me, that's like the antithesis of what spirituality and mysticism really mean, because we need people that are guides, that are like an example to other people to take lead from, that can inspire people that are on a lower consciousness, that can help give them insights to like be able to overcome the shortcomings with which they deal, and like maybe the adversities and hardships that they put themselves through by not being able to leap above their impulses to do materialistic things or transgressive ways. So I feel like the wisdom of water would be like also seen as, it's like something that can lift people up. Like when you're in the water, you're flying, you're like floating. But when you're on the land, you're stuck on the ground. You know, you can only jump so high, and when the wind blows, it can sweep you off your feet. But the thing is, it's like there's subtleties of things where, like, although wind could give you like wind burn or like cause a tornado and just rip everything apart, like wind could also like give you a cool breeze where like things are like really hot and getting too intense and your struggles are getting worse, and then all of a sudden this cool breeze comes in. It's like, oh, that's so nice. And that to me would be like humor. Like the imagination is a big part of humor. So when humor comes in and people are all stressed out and they can laugh a little bit, it's like, oh, that's like a cool breeze to me. It's like, feels like finally I'm like lifted from my struggles that I had been focused on and swept up in, and now I'm like feeling more at ease and like in a better place to be able to start to deal with them and stuff like that. So it's a beautiful analogy. I could think of like a lot of different ways you could use it as like in symbolism of like certain circumstances. But you got anything on that, Cosmic?
No, I don't think so.
Cool.
You know, I think it's quite interesting when we start to sort of like really like dive into this whole idea, this matrix, you know, these three fundamental parts, and what you were talking about, where everything just has to be love, 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 and there's nothing else. And anything that's related to power is frowned upon. And even that which is related to wisdom is frowned upon. If it's not love, it's not right. And you'll find, okay, so this is my experience. Occultists are often have an allergy to love. Now, this is a generalization that can't be accurate fundamentally, always, but it's something that you might notice. So occultists tend to walk the path of wisdom, right? And mystics tend to walk the path of love, right? Where it's all about bhakti, devotion. And bhakti and devotion is really essentially love, right? It's service. And love becomes service. We serve what we love. We serve the organizations, the ideas, the people that we love. We will serve them. We will do whatever we can to make their situation better. And so you've got these two extremes. With mysticism, you can find people getting lost in love. With occultism, you can get people lost in wisdom, right? And then you can get the other religion, right? The legion. They're like a legion of warriors, right? You can get people lost in power. They think they're chasing love, but they're chasing power, because these people want to change the world. These people want to evangelize. They want to take their agency to the maximum at the expense of everybody else's free will. you will all be assimilated. It's like the Borg, right? So in its extremity, power being expressed becomes the Borg. And we see it in religion so often. Not all religion, but specifically, like I someone I knew, one of their family members had been in Afghanistan, and they were on their knees with someone with a shotgun, and they were supposed to get married to this person's daughter and convert to Allah. Now, that's not your normal thing. That's extremism. You get extremism everywhere else. And I've seen it in Christian traditions very strongly, where people will keep trying to persuade you and change you and get you to change your perspectives, your attitudes, your actions to be in alignment with their ideologies. And that's like very much agency based. It's very much power based. Even though the words used might be love related, the actions are what's important. And with the occult, people will be considering and contemplating relationships of ideas, philosophical concepts, and mapping out the correspondences to such an extent that they gain an insight into how things work, but not really being truly connected to the things that they are understanding how they work. So they might gain an insight into psychology and understand how John works, but not be able to empathically relate to John. And so the wisdom path can disconnect you and make you abstract. The love path can make you, can get you to be sort of like the New Age movement. The New Age movement has taken mysticism, Vedic concepts, and has taken it past the point of balance, right? To the points of extremism, where it's just all shiny roses and that's all there is. And there's no such thing as bad, and everything's just perfect and lovely, which isn't really how the world works. The world is very much polarized. We can acknowledge it, or we can stick our heads in a hole. We can pretend that it isn't, but it doesn't really change reality. So we see that there's always fundamentally three paths. And I think that either of those paths can be a justified path. One can find liberation and truth and fulfillment through religion, by being a Muslim, by being a Christian, right? By being, a Hindu, by being a Buddhist, whichever religion. I think there is the potential in the religion to find a way. Or one can master and study and practice the occults and gain insights into how the nature of reality works and understand all the correspondences and how we're connected to other people through the subtle web of correspondences, and how this maps out our fates and their fates, and how destiny hangs in the balance, and becomes the agent of fate. And or alternatively, and let's not forget, the fundamentals of love, the mystic path, where one can embrace that all things are unified and all things are one, without getting lost in that swear word that Cosmic has a big problem with, oneness. Oneness, if you want to understand what oneness means, you need to understand what appleness means. So appleness, oneness, tableness, saltness, skyness. So oneness isn't a real word. Let's just face it. It's got as much meaning as appleness or tableness or shoeness. Shoeness is a pretty good descriptive word. Shoeness. Oh, he came in there with a lot of shoeness. He was totally expressing shoeness or appleness or oneness. So like the idea of embracing unity and recognizing that we're all unified, if one doesn't temper that with some aspect of agency and some aspect of wisdom. So if there isn't an element of wisdom and an element of power within the sphere of love, love falls on its face. And the same could be said for agency or power. If there isn't an element of love and an element of wisdom, that will fall on its face. And the same can be said for wisdom. So all three elements need to be there in some form of proportion. And I think that proportion is something which is sort of fundamental to the nature of the human learning condition. What do you guys think about understanding the proportion of how things fit together with these three fundamental cosmic principles and how they can relate? Because I would then say we have three elements, right? How would I draw that? Let's see. How would he go about drawing that? Well, he would probably do something like this. I think this is the best way that I would draw it. And I think that would give us a sense of yeah. So that's how I would draw it. And though that isn't the perfect way to draw it, that would be a way of drawing two different versions of it. And I would probably say, well, that's a good start. How else would I go about drawing it? Maybe if I were to draw it in a more simple way, right? So that it's easier to see the relationships. There would be a yang and a yin version of the way that this would be drawn. That might be a better way of a better image to use. So here we can see, if we look at this, right, we can see these fundamental three principles in the middle here. Yeah, the three triangles, the red, the blue, and the yellow. Yeah. And, you know, the 1, the 9, and the 8, right? So the 8 would purify the mental field. The 1 would purify the action field, agency. And the 9 would purify the wisdom field, right? And if you then were to look at it as either enneagram on the left or an enneagram on the right, it would give you this idea that there are 9 potentials. So there are 3 aspects, but those 3 aspects have to be in a point of regulation. For example, number 8 has to be regulated and balanced by number 7 and number 9. Or 8 can be regulated and balanced by number 5 and number 2. Or 8 can be regulated and balanced by number 3 and number 4. Or 8 can be regulated and balanced by number 6 and number 1. So there are different ways in which these principles can regulate, right? So if 8 is balanced by 6 and 1, right, then 6 and 1 are the receptacles of air and fire. If 8 is by 4 and 3, then you'll notice that 4 and 3 are the receptacles of fire and air, right? So you can see that there's a correlation here. I hope you guys can see how these maps work. 1, as an expression of primal fire, can be tempered by 9 and 3. 9 representing the air, 1 by 2 and 9. Please excuse my error. 2 representing the receptacle of water, 9 representing the receptacle of air, and 1 representing its fundamental state of fire. Or the air could be 6 and the water could be 5. 1 still stays fire. Or the 1 could be fire and the 3 could be air and the 8 could be water. You see? So you notice how these maps work, these relationships. Each one of these relationships is keeping the elemental structure, the fundamental elements of structure that one needs to have a relationship with water, or air on the one, like on the right hand enneagram, and on the left hand enneagram, 1 needs to have a relationship with 6 and 5. And so you can move around the enneagram and you'll find they all work out perfectly. This was how amazed I was when I discovered how perfectly the mapping is just so perfectly correlated that these elemental combinations are reflected. And so the lesser degree, 1 represents fire, but it carries the undertone of 8 and carries the undertone of 9 and 2 when viewed in terms of its position, or the undertone of 8 and 3 when looked at through the masculine eyes, or 6 and 5 if looked at through the 6 and 5 if looked at through the masculine eyes, and 8 and 3 if looked at through the feminine guise. So you can see there's 3 ways in which this can always be done, either by looking at the 3 elemental states as they're reflected. So you can see that the 3 elemental states do indeed become 9, right? But they also become 12. It's very interesting because when we're looking at 12, we're looking at the 4th state, which is a combination of all 3. That's really important to recognize. So we're looking at 12, which is a combination of each of these 3 states, which makes the 4th potential. And because the 4th potential, it needs to have 3 potentials attached to it, because there are 3 elements. So it's really interesting to see how we can sort of map all of these ideas quite neatly and quite comfortably in terms of images. Well, what do you guys think of all of that? Mapping and correlation between elemental nature and that which is within and that which is expressed.
I love it. I think that's a really great pursuit to take on. And I've created like a diagram of the yin and yang where we kind of explore the differences of the extremes which people take, and the center or middle line or middle way that people can take through integrating those extremes, or the way that the different elements work together when integrated with each other. So it kind of uses 3 different lines. There's like the outer line of one side, which one might consider to be water. There's the outer line of the other side, which one might consider to be fire. And then there's the center line, which could be considered an integration of water and fire, or potentially could be ether, where the circles inside of the yin and yang, the yang within the yin could be air, the yin within the yang could be earth. And so we have like water and earth and wind and fire. And then together, they're all part of the middle way, which would be the ether, which is like the primordial cause of their existence, through which they come into form and being. And the ether would be like kind of basically like an integration of all of those 4 elements into one thing. And so you can use in the ether like how those things can come into fusion with each other and interact in ways that might be constructive, or you can come up with other ways in which they would interact in which they would be destructive. So there's like a lot of different ways about that you could consider, and then you can use that understanding how to develop a way to construct certain things in your life, a way to destruct or purge or release certain things in your life that no longer serve you, or break them down. And you can bring a lot of insight from this line of thinking. So I feel like you can use it, think about it in ways that are like practical, in which those actual things operate in the material realm, and then use that as like a platform to see how those are an analogy for things that happen in like social or emotional ways and experiences that we have, or personal wisdom and understanding and things like that. So I've been able to do that kind of fusion with the elements in the extremes. One of the things I like to use is like the poles of um, Joachim and Boaz, which are like representative of the sun and the moon. But I also like to use the elements too. And like if you can integrate the sun and the moon extremes, then it's like it's a practice in which you're integrating the subtle principles of the other gender into your being. And so if you're like used to following one gender role and doing only that way of things, then the other one's supposed to do the other way. That can be helpful for like a team where one person covers the bases on one side, the other one's got the other ones, and they've got all their bases covered. Each person has their respective roles. But I think it's even more beneficial sometimes to be able to become more holistic on both sides, whereas they can cover those sides well, but then they can actually switch if they need to, and they can integrate each other's understanding in their own way of being and doing. So I think that's a noble pursuit to be able to integrate subtle principles of the other side. For men, that would mean like taking things into your hands to become, instead of just linear thinking with assertive ways, um, and taking things head on, you might be able to then develop in a way to think in more cyclical or spiraling patterns that would be able to um, allow you to uh, think outside of the box, gain more perspective from others, see things not only through analytical reasoning, but also through intuition and imagination, and through deeper understanding, and integrating part of the emotional attachments that things have with that reasoning. Also, like women could be able to take their like emotional ways of perceiving the world or expressing themselves, and then integrate some more analytical understanding of like what kind of an effect does this have on others? Is this what I really want to achieve? Like what are better ways in which I could do this, which would be more constructive and less destructive for me? Maybe with the way that I express myself with negative emotions, maybe I could use those in ways that would be helpful instead of detrimental, and like things like that. And they could learn, instead of thinking in ways which are kind of cyclical, which might lead them in circles, they could think in a linear way that will bring them up, and then they can expand their cycle and their spiral of thinking into like more higher or lower places in which they want to be able to bring that thinking in. So they could then like think about, maybe I'm too up in the air and like um, untethered with a lot of these thoughts. I could bring them down and ground them a little more. Or they could think like, oh, I'm too practical thinking about this stuff, whereas like I'm thinking this has to be done the way I was taught, and this is the right way of doing things. Where I could like use this linear thinking to bring me up into a more imaginative way in which I can think this might be a better way to do that, and I should be open to seeing things and doing things in a new way that might help me break out of my ways that I was shown that I have an emotional connection with. I can now find a way to do things in a way that's going to be more beneficial to people that I am interacting with, where they're going to be more receptive to it. And I can be like less scorning about it, like trying to make them disciplined to follow a certain path and give them more their own personal self-will, to be able to allow them to have their own, make their own decisions and celebrate those decisions and encourage them to think for themselves. So like things like that, those are just a couple of examples.
You know, those are some pretty good examples. Ivana was asking, can we recapitulate mathematically the transmutations? Mathematically, I'm not quite sure exactly what you were specifically saying. What I was saying was that, and I'll express it to you as an idea. Maybe I wasn't expressing it optimally, but I like what you're saying as well, Indy. I think it's necessary for us to always take into account all the orbital matters, right? We tend to look at the focus, what's on the stage. But if we want to get like a broad view of what's happening, we need to take into account all the different factors. And when we do that, we become less likely to want to jump on one particular line of outcome, because we realize that, like, life isn't that simple. And so there's a lot to be said about forbearance. I think I get the impression that that's like where your idea was sort of migrating towards. Getting back to this idea that Ivana was saying, I'll try and be quite brief about this without getting lost in it for too long, but I'll show you what I mean. So if we look at the number 1, if we look on the enneagram on the masculine side, so 1 is 6 minusing 5, right? So 6 minusing 5, 1 is in the forefront. The 6, which is air, is minusing the 5, which is water. So fire has a dominant airy element and less water, right? If we look at the 2, right, and we're looking at the 7 and the 6, where the 2 is very much a watery element, right? We could say that the 6, which is the air, and the 7, which is representing the fiery expression, water is quite unique. So water is balancing out these 2 expressive elements, the 7 and the 6, which is the 13. And if we remember the number squares we were discussing, I think it was last week. Yeah, it was last week. The 13 sits at the heart of is that the Venus square? I believe it's the Venus square. So there's, no, 13 sits at the heart of the Mars square. Sorry, I've got to check this out now. Mars magic, no. I think Mars magic square is 25 at the center. No, yeah, Mars magic square is 13 at the center. So the Mars magic square is 13 at the center. So the 7 and the 6, you see that in the process of these 2 elements minusing each other out, they're adding to each other to become 13, the center of the Mars square. So there's a mystical relationship with the number 13 and the element of water, but it's also an agent of fire. It's at the heart of fire, but we're standing in opposition to fire in a sense. So we see it in the Mars, at the heart of the Mars square. We're looking at 3, which is fundamentally yellow, fundamentally the air element. We see that it's an expression of 7 and 8, which is the expression of 8 representing water and 7 representing fire. So fire is going to be dominant when we're looking at this. So we've got these 2 powers working in union, but there would be a greater potential for 7 to be in relation to 3, because 3 stands in opposition directly through the card of the devil to 8, right? So that in itself is quite an interesting point. And it also stands in opposition to 7 through the lovers. And so we see the lovers represents the mercurial element, right? And the mercurial element of air acting upon fire, or the devil, which is that element that regulates addiction and being sort of obsessive and delusional to a degree, represents the activity of the 3, the fundamental air principle, moving towards a fundamental water principle. So we see how these 2 then act as like cognates in a sense. And so we can follow around and see it's more of a conceptual thing, but it does relate to the numbers as well, because each of the numbers carries its own proverbial meaning. And it's really interesting when we look at these 3 principles, how The 9, the 3, and the 6, right, adds up to 18. The 7 and the 1 and the 4 adds up to 12. And the 8, the 2, and the 5. Sorry. The 7, the 4, and the 1 adds up to 12. The 8, the 2, and the 5 adds up to 15. And so the 15 is the heart of Saturn, is the water triangle, is rooted in the powers of 8, and that is fundamentally 6, which is expressing Venus. And the 7 and the 4 and the 1, which is fundamentally expressing the powers of Jupiter, but the element of fire, is rooted in 12, and that's the macrocosm. And then the 18, which is the 9, the 3, and the 6, the roots of air, is bringing us back to the root of 9. So you see the 9, the 3, the 6, and the 9 expressed in these three different elemental structures as they are rotating through the spheres. And we're looking at one circle here with numbers, but I want you to remember that there are 9 different spheres. And we are in these lines contemplating the relationships between these 9 different spheres. And the reason we've given them numbers is to show that there are 9 spheres, and each sphere exists here where this sphere exists, but in a different dimensional state. But we can navigate the relationships between the different dimensional states or the fractal states by the relationships between the numerations, which are expressions of that particular sphere of that state's connection to another particular sphere of another state's connection. I hope that is useful. I mean, this is an endless job. This is a labor of love that will never really stop. But I didn't want to get too deeply embedded into that, to the point where it becomes the fundamental point of the show. I think looking at the way in which these 3 paths, occult, the power to change things, the esoteric strength of knowing oneself, like self-knowledge as the root of wisdom, or the mystic trance of loving oneself as seen reflected in the eyes of those we face along the way, this path of life. I think looking at those 3 aspects is probably quite an interesting thing for us to do, like self-knowledge versus self-love, right? As 2 very well-known and well sort of considered realities, right? And then the ability to change, the very ability to grow, the very ability to transform as being an expression of total agency. And you can see how these 3 aspects then become expressed in alchemy. What do you guys think about the alchemy trinity as it relates to the fundamentals of these 3 most abstract and most unmanifest states?
Could you run through again what numbers you were ascribing to each of the elements? Yeah, I think you mentioned 9 being one of them.
Well, I was just, if you look at this image, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
If you look at the center, you've got an enneagram on the left, an enneagram on the right, but on the center, I've got 3 triangles. So it's not an enneagram. It's often referred to as an enneagram incorrectly. It's a 9-sided star, but it consists of 3 triangles. And if you see, we have a yellow triangle, we have a blue triangle, and we have a red triangle, right? Blue being like water, cool, red being fire, hot, and yellow being scintillating, moving energy, right? So those are the 3 triangles we're talking about. And so those numerations are what we see are those 3 triangles representing. The 3, the 6, and the 9 is the element of air. That's why we in the Kabbalah speak of the Yetzirah, and why the Yetzirah is the structure of formation. And then we've got the 8, the 5, and the 2, right? Which is essentially 15. And then the 15 becomes the structure of our higher wisdom as it's expressed through our emotional bodies. So there's intuition involved, but it's the essential nature of wisdom. And then, of course, we've got the 4, the 7, and the 1, which is the 12 spirits of the fundamental fire state, expression of the three, which we could see as the 4, the 7, and the 1. So those three triangles then are carrying those numericals, and we add those numbers together and we end up with 369 as an expression of what stands between fire and water, which is 369. So air becomes all three elements in a sense. That's why the Taoists and the Chinese speak of air as being metal and wood, because air takes on the principle of alchemical change and becomes the agent through which water and fire are able to temper and produce that change, even though change is essentially brought on by fire. The ability of fire to take apart the electrical principles of to take apart an atom, for example, and then reconstruct it on a base physical level. This has got to do with the transmutation of gold and lead, for example. So fire becomes the agent, and then the other alchemical principles sort of continue the work and ensure that the work goes in particular directions, if that makes sense. But the real question that I was sort of getting at asking or getting towards is the idea that these 369, right, are once again the three fundamental states being applied in such a way that one is dominant and two are submissive. So when fire is dominant, air and water are submissive, but they're still present. I'll give you another example of how this works. For example, let me pull one more presentation to you. Here we go. So when you're looking at the tattvas, and they will see a map of the tattvas, right? Let me try and get a good image of it. So here you see the tattvas, which is like the triangle, which represents fire, the yellow square, which represents priviti with earth. You got the vapas, the water, the apas, water element. You got the vayu, the air element, and you got the akash, which is the fifth quintessence or the movement of spirit, shall we say, that which is outside of time, matrix, how consciousness imprints itself. And you got these 5 fundamental states, and then you'll notice that these 5 fundamental states are broken into 20 further subdivisions, where you got the fire of, you got the earth of fire, right? And then you've got the water of earth, and then you've got the akasha. I'm sorry, you've got the air of water, and then you've got the akasha of air, and then you've got the fire of akasha. And if you look line by line, you'll have a different representation, right? So when you're using the fundamental 5 states, it breaks you down to 5 times 5, 25 tattvas. When you're using the 3 elements, it brings you to the 3 elements of 9. So here we see the 25, and this will be relevant for the Venus square, by the way. Like if you look at the Venus square, let me try and see if I can find the Venus square for you, just so you can get a little idea of what I mean. The Venus magic square. And it won't just be relevant for the Venus magic square. I want to be clear. It will be relevant for the Mars magic square in one way and relevant for the Venus magic square in another. So here we see the Venus magic square. And what do we see in the heart of the Venus magic square is the 25. Those 25 tattvas become the heart of the Venus square. When we look at the Mars square, right? What did they do with my Mars square? How dare they think they can get away with taking his Mars square away? These damn people, they should have known better. So he's going to retrieve that Mars square from those those naughty Mars square thieves. When we look at the Mars square thieves, having returned to us the Mars square, we see that the 13 sits in the center, right? We're going to look at that number again just now. But what we've got is the 5 by the 5. So we've got these 5 relationships between the 5 by 5, 25 blocks. So these 25 blocks represent the elements of the tattva. And they are the root, the core, the heart, root experience of the square of Venus. So Mars and Venus shares this very powerful relationship where you've got this really intense connection between Mars and Venus, almost as if, like, you could say that Mars is embedded within Venus, because the 25 blocks that are the essence of Mars are what become the core of Venus. So that sort of brings us full circle to looking at where are my tatwas? Did they take my tatwas away? No, they didn't. We see the 5 tatwas here. So we're talking about elemental overlay, right? One of these elements is predominant and the others are subtle. So when you're looking at fire, you've got all the other elements, right? But depending on what nature of fire you're looking at, there will be other elements that will be playing an important role. The other elements would still be there, but they would be completely unmanifest. So, for example, when we're looking at Priviti of fire, earth of fire, it means there's a subtle interplay of earth energies moving in the greater field of fire. Or here there's a subtle interplay of water moving in the greater sphere of earth. A subtle interplay of air in the greater sphere of water. And so forth and so forth and so forth. I hope you guys were able to see my mouse. But what we're talking about there is essentially these relationships. And so I'm pointing out these same idea of these relationships, but here with the enneagram. And the perfect mathematics of how it all works out is incredible. Because when you take the fire element, like, you go with 1 is fire, 4 is fire, 7 is fire, right? 5 is water, 8 is water, 2 is water. 5 is Mercury, mercantile. 2 is the moon, water, moon. 8 is Saturn, but Saturn is essentially got a powerful watery underlay. We often get into this whole Saturn story. Saturn may rule the crops and the earth, but Saturn is also related to the law, and the law is enacting the mercurial principle. So mercantile law is what rules us, and it's got to do with trade. And Saturn has got to do with money. The first coins of exchange were Saturn. So there's this relationship between Saturn and the moon. That's why we call it money, but it's ruled by Saturn. But the trade itself is ruled by the element of Mercury. So the 5, the 2, and the 8 hold the water element, where the 7 is that inner journey to find out who I am. That has got to do with seeking the deepest aspect of inspiration within myself. The 1 is that fiery expression of who I am, right? And the 4 becomes that fiery expression of information and knowledge that is carrying that powerful imprint, which is that the structure of fire, if you will. And then obviously 9 represents the completion of air. 3 represents the expansiveness of air, that air will always expand outwards. It changes its form most actively with water. And 6 is the harmony represented by air. So the 6, the 9 and the 3 represent the air element, Yetzirah. And so you see all of these 9 aspects. If you're dominant with fire, you will have on the side of you air and water. But if you look on the left, if you're dominant with 1, you will have 6 and 5, which is also air and water. And if you're dominant here with the 1 on the right-hand side, the feminine enneagram, you would have 8 and 3, which is air and water. So air and water are always sitting in relation to fire as unmanifest potentials working backstage with fire on the stage. And so it is as you go around the enneagram. There's this relationship. Does that make sense to you? Or did I overdo it?
No, that's good. I love how there's such a dynamism of the different ways to integrate the 9 different points. And that one of those ways is with the 3 triangles. And it seems like so much more simple and easier to conceive of than the other different ways, because trying to like imagine trying to like draw a 9-sided star, it would take some time to figure out how to do just that. Whereas like a 5-sided star is a little easier, maybe just because we're more familiar with it. But there's 2 different ways to make 9-sided star, apparently, according to your diagrams. So one of them is with thin points, the other one's with wider points that goes around in a circle and comes back a couple times, maybe 3 times. And it's really fascinating. But I was able to actually learn how to draw a 7-sided star instead of going across like a 5-sided star. You go down and up and then back down and then over straight. And then it goes boom, boom. So it's taken me some time to figure it out, and it take a little while to master it. But eventually, once you practice these things, it gets a lot easier. I love to be able to work on my 9-sided star. It really works well to connect the different dots on the enneagram, which is really interesting how the different connections are made through those 3 different systems.
I like you guys talking about putting the fun back into the funeral. The problem when you go to a funeral and you try and put the fun back into the funeral is the family always gets offended. Have you guys noticed that?
Yeah. You know,
we have a right to our mourning and our sadness. You do not dare interfere with our sadness. You know, it's our duty.
Yeah, some people get really hurt on that stuff, and they show their grumpy side. I was walking through a cemetery one time, and we were playing some like loud, like really fun music because my partner at the time had just lost her parents, and I was trying to help her, by lifting her spirits and have a little fun, go and see some nature. It's like so therapeutic to like just be out there in the natural world, looking at the butterflies and the birds and the sun and the rainbows and whatever have you. And this one lady was out there by this grave, and she was like, "How dare you? Don't you know this is a place that you have to have more respect? How could you do this? I'm trying to like be out here grieving for my lost one, and you're just partying, and you think this is a joke." And I was thinking to myself, like, well, different people have different ways of dealing with things. You're ready to cry, you're ready to experience your sadness and your grief. Most people start off in a stage of denial. And even then, like once you starting to get over your grief, you want to start to bring in more joy into your life and remember the good times. So there's like different phases and there's different ways. And I think it's better when we can respect the fact that people have different ways. Don't try to make them come into your way of doing things. Allow them to be, but it's usually the ones that are like more sad and grumpy and grieving and distraught that are going to try to hark down on others, which is maybe their way of projecting some of that hurt that they have onto other people. Like, this is your fault that all this happened. Like, it's easier for me to say that than to say, oh, maybe something I did had something to do with all this. I could be to blame, which is something a lot of people do. It's like, it's all my fault. If only I had done this, they would not have ended up in such a bad situation or have passed on. A lot of people do that kind of thing. So maybe it helps them to try to blame these other people for feeling good or having fun by pointing their fingers at somebody else and looking at it a different way. And so if we could understand that as the people that are bringing the funds to the funeral and realize like, yeah, blame me because you weren't the one that did this. They happened of their own fault, it happened of their own consequence. And so if you need to blame me to feel less guilty about what you're going through, I love you and I respect you and I understand. And you might not have to see it that way. Maybe it's better for you to not know that. But this is how I see things now, and I can understand that this might be good. That you're going to hark down on me right now and try to give me a hard time for having fun over here, where we're trying to celebrate life. This is a celebration of life. We're trying to say that, listen, what were the good stories you can tell about your experience with this person before they passed? Tell me about the good times. Tell me about what the impact that they had on your life was. Maybe a lesson in life that you learned from them, some insights or guidance that they provided to you from their own life experience that was so insightful. You offered that to other people and were able to help them and guide them as well. Those things are important too. But, I think there's a lot of like emotions run high in these kind of situations. There can be a lot of conflict involved. But people that are mediators will know that there's like ways to go about this in which you can kind of flip the script. Whereas getting defensive and thinking like, hey, don't give me a hard time for having fun. I'm doing the right thing to me, which is to like celebrate life right now. And you shouldn't try to give me a hard time. And then they're going to escalate that situation like, well, it's all your fault that you're like stressing everybody out, because what about the people that are trying to just deal with this right now and are in serious mind of trying to come to terms with everything? And, when you play into people's attack with defensiveness, it just makes matters worse a lot of times. And sometimes you can counter that by like encouraging them to give you a hard time. And I know that somebody told me about this that's very wise, through watched a lecture that they had. They didn't particularly tell me, but they were telling the world, and I took it to heart, where it was one of the three amigos, Bruce Lipton, was saying, when somebody attacks you like, you're such an idiot, you're so dumb. It's like, yeah, I am that. Yep, I'm stupid. I'm very dumb, and I make dumb mistakes. And you're spot on about that. Yep, I'm a jerk. Oh yeah. And people don't know what to do when you act like that. They're trying to make you get defensive and try to prove that you're not. No, I'm not that way. I swear, and then that's how they get you, because they made you lose your cool and they made you start to question things. And then that conversation could keep going down and down and down. Whereas when you maintain your composure and you say, oh yeah, yep, you're right. I'm a jerk. Yeah. Uh, you could say, I always been this way. That's just how I am. Or you could say, it's a shame I am this way, but that's how they raised me, or it's who I choose to become, or whatever. And when you say things with a smile in a conflict situation, or you maintain a calm demeanor, it doesn't escalate. It doesn't go any further. It stops it in its tracks. That's a powerful medicine right there. It's hard to do, because everybody's drawn to be defensive or try to like stoop down to their level or something. But you can stay at a higher plane and keep your heart in a good space and just deflect that. I found that really works. Like if somebody's trying to fight you and they're like, put up your fist, and we're gonna fight, and you say, go ahead, you can hit me, and you stay calm, and you don't get defensive, you don't hold any fear, you don't hold any anger. It's gonna be really hard for them to just attack you. But once you start to put up your fists, then they're like, all right, it's on. You're going to fight me, so I'm going to fight you. But if you don't show that you have aggression or hostility, it's hard for people to hold that aggression and hostility towards you still. So words to wise, if y'all can try to manage that and put it into practice and see how it flies. I've had great experiences with it. Sometimes just out of accident, because I oftentimes don't really want to partake in conflict and hostility. So I naturally just stay calm. A lot of people say I have a calmness about me that's somewhat contagious. They just like the feel of being around me. And they say that your heart field travels up to like 15 meters, which is like 45 feet around you, and you can impact people through your heart field, and it affects their feelings and their emotions and their thoughts. So I've noticed this, that I can influence people around me. That when people come into that kind of proximity of me, all of a sudden I feel that there's presence, and I'm like, oh, okay. And then I feel like when you have a power of calmness, you have like a higher power of being able to influence them than they do over you, because they might be on a lower vibration trying to pull you down, but you're on a higher vibration. You have more potential energy at a higher place. So you could like lift them up a lot easier than they can pull you down. And there's something about that. It's kind of interesting how it plays out.
Are you in sandwich land, Cosmic?
No, I'm just distracted. What's going on?
I was just checking because I know you. When you get into sandwich land, you go hard.
I was in there. I was there earlier. I'm back.
You know, one of the things that I think we were sort of breaking onto here is the relationship with these three principles as fundamental elemental states, and how if you have a principle of fire, you must have water within the fire and air within the fire. And a fundamental water must have fire and air. In other words, just because you're seeing one thing doesn't mean it doesn't hold unmanifest aspects of the most fundamental state of the other elements within it. What do you think of that as a concept? Does that fit into your Zerfax system as well?
I think so. I think so. There's definitely a lot of like in Zarfaxology, there's a lot of aspects of Zerfaxes having aspects of other Zerfaxes. Because the thing is, like, you can take these symbols and make combinations of different sort of concepts. So like if you take one of the 23 Zerfaxes, you can pair it with one of the other 23 Zerfaxes and make a new type of Zerfax. So in a lot of way, and there's also the idea of like the 8 color frequencies that they talk about, and within each one of those 8 color frequencies, use the other 8, essentially making 64. So yeah, I'd say this is compatible.
And it relates to what you were saying as well, Indy, where you were talking about, like, hypothetically, let's say if someone's coming up to you with fire, like, let's look at something as fundamental. Why does water put out fire? Okay, I mean, the obvious response is, well, water stops fire from breathing. But why does water stop fire from breathing? It's got to do with its fundamental nature of what it represents in its fundamental state. And so what you were saying is if someone's coming at you with fire, you can like respond with fire, right? Or you can respond with water, right? If they come at you with fire and you respond with water, their fire is just gone, right? Which is what you were saying, like somebody getting aggressive and wanting to fight, and you're either going to be fire and fight, or you're just going to be no. Let's put water on the fire. But
Sometimes
that's yeah.
Sometimes fire can destroy water. Like it'll turn it into steam, and it'll just rise up and disappear. Or like when you put wet logs on the fire, it'll make steam come out of them and shoot out the end, make the water go away.
Yeah, I mean that's if there's not enough water. There needs to be a lot of water to put out the fire. Like depends on how hot the fire is. You're right, but it's like thinking about these fundamental elemental natures. I think that this is why this works. Why we're able to negate elements with other elements, right? Why is it that fire feeds air? I mean, air feeds fire. Sorry. Why is it that air feeds fire the way it does? Because within fire, there's a fundamental hunger for air. And within fire, there's a fundamental rejection of water.
I think you're onto something. I feel like the impact of water on air is what stops it, because the water is blocking the oxygen in the air from getting to the fire potentially, right? And then the wind brings the oxygen that the fire feeds upon to rage up. And so interestingly, like in an environment without oxygen, you can't have fire. But like in space, fire operates differently outside of gravity. And like you have zero gravity fire that moves in different ways. So air has like a really interesting impact on that, and the involvement between water and air, water and fire. Interesting.
And now if we apply that to love, power, and wisdom, so what you would then say, right, is that power is fire. So power is hungry for wisdom, but rejects love. No, sorry. Power rejects wisdom, but is hungry for love. Sorry. Got it backwards. So No, sorry, have I got this right? Yes. Um, Power rejects wisdom and is hungry for love. What does that mean? That when you're in an active state, like let's say you're fiery and you're all fired up and you're all angry, the front of your brain shuts down, right? So you're not going to listen to common sense, are you, when you're angry? You're not so likely to be thinking logically and going, oh, that doesn't make logical sense, because that's not how anger works. But your passion can directly intervene. So, for example, if you're really angry and your little, like, your child or your girlfriend or someone comes and puts a gentle arm on your shoulder, hand on your shoulder, right? Then that will diffuse all of your anger, all of your fire instantly, where no amount of logic would have necessarily done that. Because in a fiery, angry, passionate, extremely passionate state of action, I got to do something, you're angry, anger wants to do, then, because anger is the expression of action, passion moving towards direct expression, where the emotional connection would be strong. And we can sort of work that through the system. We could say then that wisdom rejects power. Isn't that interesting? So wisdom, as the aspect of water, rejects power, because power involves doing something. But wisdom wants to reflect. Wisdom wants to contemplate. Wisdom wants to be patient. And what is action? Action wants to just do. Action doesn't want to be patient. Action wants to get the job done. Fire, I want to burn right now. I want to burn it or burn through this thing. Where water is like, no. Let's contemplate. Let's consider. Let's reflect upon the situation, which is nullifying fire, which is nullifying power wants to act. However, the water does have a relationship with air that's positive. So that's quite an interesting concept if we look at this in this way, with the love and the power and the wisdom relationships. I think they do relate quite well there. Yeah. When we look at it. What do you think about those subtle relationships between love, power, and wisdom?
I think another relationship I was kind of thinking about is that in a lot of ways, love often sort of gives to power and wisdom, but it often doesn't take power and wisdom for itself to its own detriment. The kind of person that's like, they're very nice and they're friendly, but they're kind of like, they're not really, they don't really respect themselves or their own boundaries, but they're just kind of like, you know what I mean? So I think there's also that dynamic too, like with that love in a kind of way in its relationship with power and wisdom. But like in some ways it kind of embraces the power, so it has the action and embraces the love. But in a way it like neglects itself. If love forgets to love itself and it just kind of loves everything around it.
And also there's the impact that fire has on air. Like if it's really cold and it's like freezing, the fire can warm the air and like make the air easier to be in and like more comfortable to be around. And so like cold air would be like kind of like, I would think maybe like warm air would be like wisdom and insight and understanding. Hot air would be like kind of strict thinking, and then cold air would be like kind of like detached thoughts that are like kind of withdrawn, not taking in wisdom or insight, but like more like self-centered thinking, stuff like that. So when you can put a little warmth into that air, it can make your thinking change from being like stiff and withdrawn to like being connective and like integrating and stuff, and help people come together. But if you put too much fire into the air, then things get like too hot, and like people start to like need to cool down.
Yeah, like I said in the comments, it's like love basically it cools you when you're hot and warms you when you're cold, and hate cools you when you're cold and warms you when you're already hot.
Yeah, that's an interesting perspective, you know. And I don't know if I made a mistake earlier when I was looking at the elemental attributions with love, power, and wisdom. I got confused, and I think I switched them over. I might have switched them over again. But it is really an interesting concept if we think. I mean, I think wisdom definitely, the idea of reflection is related to wisdom, is related to the principle of water. And love and power, those are interesting dynamics if we think about it, right? Because I would want to correlate love to the element of air. And the reason I would want to correlate love to the element of air is because the element of air is what stands between things. So air is what connects one thing to another. And fire is essentially what uses things up, right? What releases an incredible amount of energy, action, heat, light. So, I suppose there's different ways of looking at it. But when I'm looking at it, I'm thinking like power could be fire, right? But fire could also be seen as love. So I think it's like really interesting when you look there must be different ways of looking at these three aspects in different phases of being, which sort of makes it seemingly complex, but it brings us back to this idea that there are three fundamental triangles and they relate to three fundamental states. And each state carries within it sort of the reflected potential of the other one, right? Where if you look at, like, for example, 5, 2, and 8 within water, 2 probably represents water in its most complete form, right? 6 probably represents air in its most complete form. And you would think that 1 represents fire in its most complete form, because 1 is all about expression, self-expression. So you're always going to have the other 2 elements, even within that elemental structure of a triangle, even outside of the context of the other 2 triangles, if you're looking at it from the perspective of the enneagram. And so I just thought, like, that's a really... have you mapped out the elemental potentials with your Zerfax, the crossover, the expressive and the... how can I put this into terms that make most sense? That which is held in the secret place, and that which is expressed out in the living place, cosmic.
Mm-hmm. I don't know if I've really gone into like those kind of elemental stuff specifically. It's kind of allocated in a sort of different way, because it's like not like specifically like fire, air, water, earth. There's definitely parallels to the elements, because it is a base 4 system. So you can kind of plug those elements into it. But I don't know. I think the thing about Zarfaxology is it's really like, it doesn't, I guess it's like the emotional moral thing is not really the foundation of it. That sort of like comes kind of like later on. But in a lot of ways, it's just simply about just like taking like these sort of like different bubble experiences. Now, there are different qualitative types of Zerfaxes that one can experience, which you could maybe allocate to be having the certain qualities of air, fire, water, etc. as sort of like different levels essentially of consciousness. And you think about like earth being kind of the most dense form of consciousness, and fire being something the more, maybe the least, like kind of like, it's like that's essentially what they represent, is that, you know, we think of the elements as being sort of force phases of matter, but in a lot of ways what they all also represent are sort of like 4 phase states of consciousness. So in a lot of ways it's like when you get to a certain level, it takes on a different property. When water gets hot enough, it starts to turn into air, and then air gets hot enough, it starts to turn into plasma, essentially. And if you think about it, in a lot of ways, consciousness is sort of the same way. There's a similar kind of trajectory, and that's kind of explained in like the 4 sort of states of being, which is O, Deo, Re, and Vith, the 4 sort of gate surfaxes, starting with like black. Then there's the monochromatic one, which can be like red, blue, yellow, or green. Then you got the white one, and then you have sort of the multicolored one. Each, you can think of the black one as basically representing earth, and you can think of the monochromatic one as representing water, the white one representing air, and the sort of the multicolor one representing sort of like fire. And that in a lot of ways consciousness is sort of like that, where when we're sleepy or sort of tired, you know, our consciousness isn't moving as much, so that's more akin to being in like a more solid state. Whereas if you're more like in a dreaming state, that's more fluid. And if you're like more alert, then you're and like sort of normal, that's like air. And then if you're maybe on a psychedelic and you're really hyper alert, you're really like conscious, then that's more akin to fire. So when I think of the 4 elements, I think of more of them more in that consciousness, in the same way that matter takes on different states as it goes up and down through temperature, that consciousness goes through different states depending upon its levels of awareness, that when it reaches a certain level of awareness, it's like a new threshold of consciousness starts to form, a new surfax of perception and being. And then when that surfax is fully saturated and explored and understood, then that opens the door for a new surfax to form alongside of it. So that's how I would probably try to plug in these elements into my system within that particular context.
Any
Yeah,
thoughts, dear brother Andy?
Chaya is saying that what about wildfire, where the wind comes in and makes a little fire into a big one, and air expands fire and makes it grow. But also she suggested that there's like an influx between like the winds and the storm. So if there's like a storm where there's lightning, it will make the storm like expand and move across the land and cover more spaces and
It's
affect
kind
more.
of like the flow of ideas, if you think about it. So let's say you have fire, a small fire representing some kind of like idea or belief system, but maybe it's not very convincing on its own. And then the wind that moves the fire is like the kind of the compelling argument that gets everybody to go along with the idea, and then it spreads like a wildfire.
Yeah, I love that. And it's like compelling because they've used imagination to like expand upon the insights and then make it more applicable and like just reach further in the thinking of the initial idea to gain with their imagination a way to spin it that's going to make it go further and move and grab people's minds.
You know, the idea that love can empower fire makes sense. Love can move us to action. So if love represents the element of air, then baby trapped underneath a car, mother embodying the action, the fire to change that situation. And she needs the power to move that car. The love for that child will give her the power to pick up that car and move it out of the way. And we actually see this happening, don't we? You know, tiny little 5'4" woman picking up a car to get her baby. You know, like, this really happens. This isn't make believe, ladies and gentlemen. This is a real thing. You
Yeah,
know,
that happened to me yesterday. I locked my keys in my car and I got this tree branch and I had like such passion in me because I was like, dang it, I'm late. I'm supposed to go see my buddy Rob Murdoch busking jazz over on Haywood Street in the city right now. And I took a little bit too much time at the barbecue, socializing and mingling with people. And I really need to go now. Luckily, on the way to the car, I found like $20 on the road. I was like, sweet, I got gas money for my trip. This is a good sign. Then I got to my car and the keys were locked in it, but I had the window cracked, so I got a stick and I was trying to reach the lock button from the back window, and the stick was curved the wrong way. And I was like, oh, I don't want to have to go look for my sticks. I'm just gonna make this happen. I'm just gonna use my fury and just make this work. And I poured my fury into catharsis, and I just really worked. It was very hard to have the dexterity to move this stick, and it was just so hard for me. I had to bring in like adrenaline to like make myself be able to do like inhuman, like superhuman movements. And eventually I forced my hand into the little tiny crack in the window, because the window can bend, and I was able to like move the stick, and I finally got it to unlock the lock button. When I finally got into the car, I was like, oh my God, I think I gave myself like carpal tunnel, because like I hurt one of my tendons on my wrist by doing it, but I gave it some love and it was able to heal, and I breathed some good energy into it. But you know, sometimes you can have superhuman strength to do things that are impossible by using your passion to like give yourself that like animism to be able to like reach above your limitations and transcend them. But then you have to be careful, like you might hurt yourself doing that sometimes. But it seems like when these women do that, like they don't hurt themselves by like throwing a car, flipping it over. They're all good. Somehow their bone structures and their tendons don't suffer the damages. Like those people that use steroids, they're like, oh yeah, I'm doing steroids, look how cool I look. But it's like, man, if you build muscle too fast, your tendons break down and your bones break. You can break your own bones because they're not built with the strength that the muscles are becoming strong enough to do. And your bones aren't growing with your body. Like if you're trying to take a shortcut to get bigger muscles, you get to be careful with your tendons and your bones. You mess yourself up that way, you know?
Yeah, that's good advice for people that are doing like bodybuilding. But yeah, like whenever there's like an emotional love need, we're almost infinite in our potential. Like there've been times when, like for me, it's been with my ex-wife, or like if somebody puts your person you love in danger, you're incredibly strong. Like you are incredibly strong. I've surprised myself, like when I'm surrounded by like 10 guys and I pick one of them up with one hand and pin him up there against a wall because these guys are like trying to touch my wife, and I'm like, you all next. And they look at me like, this guy's not that big, and he picked that guy up like that. And he pinned him to a wall and he's kicking. His feet are like up there, up off the ground. Like I didn't even know my arm could go that high, And I've got him pinned against the wall. I'm like, you did what to my wife? Seriously, dude, like, do you understand? Like, I'm getting angry. Like, you guys are all, you better all run while you can run, because now I'm angry. But that divine spirit, it's the same spirit of passion that a mother will feel. Like if someone were to ever mess with my kid, like, oh my God, I don't know what, like if anyone ever put my boy in danger, I don't know what kind of a papa bear I could be, right? Like physically, there's no limits to what your body can do. And you won't even notice what you did later on, And so I can completely understand how a little woman can pick up a car or like just rip a car door off of a car to get her baby out of a car if the car isn't going to, be in an accident or something. And the baby's in there and in danger, and all she can see is my baby. Or, if your loved person was in a house and the house was burning and you didn't have a key, you'd rip that door right off the hinges. You wouldn't even think about it. You just rip that door off, or you just like kick the door down one kick, and that'd be like the door would be splintered into pieces. And later you think like, did I really just kick that door like that with one kick? Like, well, I've been thinking about it. Like, where all the pieces of the door gone? So, that is how it works. That's how we're wired. We're wired to go into action. So that fierce wind is that love, that connection that feeds that fire. That fire will burn endlessly if it's got enough of that wind, the wind in your sails.
Yeah, love and compassion can like fuel like your power. And I've been experienced this firsthand where there was a situation where the stripper had just won a stripper pole competition. She came back to the house with some friends to celebrate. And we were all hanging out at the house, and she went back to the car to get her purse real quick and came back. And somebody had went in her car and took her winnings. She won like $1,000 prize. All the money was gone. It turned out one of the guys in the house had gone out to the car and broke into the car and took the money because they knew that she had left it there. So I found out about this, and I came to her defense and tried to intimidate these guys to give the money back and use my fury, my indomitable will to get charged up. And we had this like verbal argument. And so I started getting really loud. And then they started to try to match that energy and get loud too and get intimidating. And we were just like flexing our muscles and get like all up front with each other and stuff, and like getting like really loud. And everybody got really scared. And people were like, oh my God, we got to leave. They're going to like tear down the house. But like it turned out that the guy that I was arguing with was just defending the person that had done it, but they didn't know who it was. They weren't the guy. They weren't the guy that I was looking for. They didn't have the money. They didn't know if somebody had taken it or who it was. And so it all kind of fizzled down. And then we decided we don't need to fight each other. This is the wrong situation. This is the wrong people. I'm looking in the wrong direction. So we just kind of laughed at each other and we're like, all right, let's try to figure this out and find the guy that really did this. And we had a feeling we knew who it was. But he kind of snaked out when we started to get all worked up because he knew he was the guy that was the one that was going to end up getting all this fury turned at him at some point. And so he got like really scared and took off. We caught up with him later. She never got the money back, but I ended up giving him a good beating for doing that because, people get away with this stuff nowadays. Thieves and burglars, unless you got them on video, they don't even try to get them. They don't try to fingerprint anymore. They don't really care. They'll let these people get away. It's like the world's being run by thieves and crooks and burglars. And so they try to protect their kind. And they say there's like an honor amongst thieves. But you know how many bank robbery movies you see where that honor amongst thieves turns on them and they all murder each other trying to steal the money from each other. And like sometimes one person survive and take it all. But usually they all kill each other and then nobody gets it. You know what I mean? So there's a big contradiction to that. And I think there's no honor in thievery or burglary or amongst them. But they pretend there is so that they can pretend like so that they don't have to worry about each other, stealing from each other. But it's a delusion that they carry, I think. Ultimately, I think they do steal from each other. It's just they pretend like they don't and they think they're safe. And they act like they can be trusted.
Well, welcome, dear Cancer Relay. I hope you're well. Hope you're thriving. Hope you're having a good day. Hope you are enjoying the weekend. Yeah, man. This is one of those things. We're living in a crazy old world, are we not? But at the same time, I think like it's weird how normalized so much has become. So much has become so normalized. Because we are sort of stuck in this pattern of conditioning. And if we think of what conditioning is, that's quite interesting. Like, because the more we use power, the more trapped we get in a condition of power. Isn't that interesting? Like you can see it so clear in martial arts. Like if I rush at someone and charge and put all my power into trying to push them over, right? I'm so conditioned into that direction of movement. Anybody could just slight step to the side and rotate their body, just rotate with my movement. And I would get pulled into their vortex and get pulled past them and end up go even harder against the wall over there, right? That's like basic principle of judo or tai chi or any kind of martial arts, like subtle martial arts. And so you see that works physically, but on a personal, internal level, it works the same way. The more we become ingrained into doing something, the more we do it, the more we want to do that because it's a pattern, it's a habit, and we get stuck in doing and doing and doing, exerting power, where that in itself becomes like a recipe towards consistent action. And the more we get stuck in the principle of contemplating and getting lost in the watery aspect of water, of being patient to consider, then we become, what's the term when you are can't make up your mind? When you are considering and contemplating, you become procrastinating, basically. And that procrastination has got to do with too much contemplation. You've thought about it too much. You've considered it too deeply. And now you don't even know what action to do, even if you want to do action. So too much of the wisdom becomes contrary to power and action. Too much power and action becomes contrary to wisdom. And so that's quite an interesting, I suppose love then represents the union of power and wisdom. If you think about it sitting in the middle, I always think of love as being central, the heart of the story. And so our wisdom rules our head in a sense. Our power rules our loins, right? And the love rules what's between our hearts, and the air that moves through our lungs that feeds our heart feeds that fire, brings that fire, which is connecting our loins to our hearts, which is our kundalini energy. So it's quite interesting when we start to look at how the mechanical infrastructure of our bodies energetically works, and start putting it into context of like situations and traits that we develop. And maybe it's also time to look at the three fundamental paths that one can follow. What were you going to say, dear brother Indy?
I think like a fancy word for indecisiveness might be like ambivalent or irresolute. But yeah, sometimes we get ourselves into that place where we're considering too many options and we're like overanalyzing the situation, and we're not coming to like a clear understanding of like what the direct best answer is going to be. We're thinking about so many different things. It's hard to get to stand away from sitting on the fence on it and like being like, I can see the value on either side of these decisions. I don't know which one to do, But ambivalence would be a good word maybe for that.
Yeah, I think there is a lot to be said about that. I think that is a powerful thing to contemplate. And I also get the sense that, when we're looking at these three paths as a path that one can walk, we should probably consider the path of power as like religion, or what we call karma yoga. And that's the path of action. Or the path of wisdom, which is study and contemplation, right? Or the path of air. So, sorry, the path of air is the path of is the path of true love. That's devotion. I would call that bhakti, right? The Raja Yoga, you would say, is a form of bhakti, the supreme bhakti. And it has very powerful relations with the breath and the breathing. And so, the mantra yoga is more related to the watery element, the way that sound resonates with water, that powerful change your thought patterns using the water element. So there are interesting different perspectives and ways to move. So the path of bhakti and devotion, which is love, or the path of going out into the world and being an evangelist, right? Or being an activist, right? As an expression of, or maybe not activist isn't the right word, being a, altruist, one that tries to do altruist things, go out, be a good doer, do a good doer, you know? Trying to go and do good things to help people. Go and feed the hungry, right? Go and help dress the poor. Go and do action that relates to agency, to help those that don't have agency to gain agency through action and agency for the sake of power as expression. Or those that are with the occult, studying their books and learning these hermetics, for example, and mapping out like what we often do on the round table, gaining insights into the way things work, using the wisdom ray, or using the ray of love to go into a pure state of reverie based upon the expression of compassion, for example, pure mysticism, pure bhakti. So there's an interesting idea. Both the practice of love is quite an abstract practice, yeah, as is the practice of wisdom, where the practice of agency and power is quite an outward. It's all about what you do. And so if you look at a Christian church should have a mingling of the devotion, of the love, but also action. But a lot of the churches tend to be overbalanced one way or the other, right? Tend to be very action. Like you take an example for the action would be, what do you call those guys? The guys who come at your door and they won't leave you alone. And they use the name of Yahweh, the Jehovah Witnesses. They got to convert the whole world. That's their mission, right? They are using their agencies to make everybody, that's their goal. Everybody must be a Jehovah Witness. When they've done that, their job's done, right? And their job's never done. As opposed to, you know, the idea of a church that's relying heavily upon certain kinds of ritual purification towards experiencing a state of love. So yeah, like these three paths. What do you guys think about these three paths? You know, the path of action, the path of love, or the path of wisdom, as being paths towards gaining a sense of wholeness and becoming integrated human beings as a result of these practices and paths we walk.
Yeah, it's hard for me to see air as a representative of love, but I like that we can kind of put them all paradoxically into like different roles and ascribe each of the different characteristics to each of the different elements. But to see air as love, you could maybe think air can fill a sail and move a boat, or it can fill a parachute and let someone fall safely, or it can actually push upon a spoiler on a vehicle and keep it from lifting up and losing control. So air can really help keep things grounded and stable, or it can help lift things and make things more exciting and more able to move along in like into better places. And to it can fill up like a parachute, which will like kind of air will help things become safer. The love will help things become more protected and can come to their rescue or whatever, like we were talking earlier. But I'm controlled by Libra moon in Vedic astrology, which is associated with the Swati nakshatra, which is ruled by Ketu and Vayu, and they represent air and ether. So like those particular god representations of a thing drive somebody towards having a hard time with devotion. Typically, particularly air makes people like want to like lift up and like move around a lot and not be like able to stay with one person for a long time. So in my life, I've kind of suffered from that a lot, which after a while of like instability from the air from the air element, it makes you be more grateful for stability and driven towards it. So luckily, like I've had so much instability that I'm like finally ready to like settle down, and I'm like over all the blowing of winds, like in all the different directions or whatever. And now I'm ready to like be more focused on stop letting the air blow me around all the time and get back down to like the earth element and become more of a stable pillar of like devotion, you know? But like, how is air associated with love applicated to represent devotion? Like, how does that play out?
Well, the reason I relate air to love is I'm looking at it in purely contextual form, conceptual. So air is the relationship. When we think about the element of air, we're thinking about fire is hot and it burns hot, it expresses action. Water is cool, it's the opposite. But air is what connects the two. So air is the connection. It's all about connections. Water is not so much about connections. Air is about connections. Water is about going deep into your own unconscious. Fire is about expressing yourself outwardly into the world. Fire expresses itself outward. Air is the connection between the two. So when you think about communication, communication is ruled by air because communication is what brings people to the same point of idea. And so anything that's relationship related, like the scales of Libra, that's why Libra, cardinal air, rules love and relationships, right? Because love and relationships are ruled by cardinal air of Libra because of the idea. And even if we look at the tarot card for Gemini, look at the tarot card for the Gemini here. Isn't that interesting, right? We got it on the screen here. That's literally the lovers. So it's literally showing us that Gemini is about relationships, of communication of one idea to another idea, about empathic versus being projective thoughts. Libra, the other air element, is all about relating the one to the other and the relationship between the one human being and the other, very often the male and the female in your chart, for example. Aquarius is all about relating myself to the group mind, relating myself to the people. So Aquarius is how I feel in relation to the people around me. So you'll notice that the air elements always relate to people and between people and how I relate to one person or how I relate to other people, or in Gemini, that agency of relation that I have with people, which fundamentally might come across as communication. So on that basis, I relate love to the connection between people. And so, as weird as it sounds, I relate communication then to being relating to love, because the reason why we communicate is because we want to get to know each other, right? And the reason why people want to get to know each other and to communicate with each other is because we want to experience fundamentally within each other that love, which is the fundamental unifying factor between two people. So what is it that causes relationship between two things? Is that we want to come to a point of me recognizing within you an aspect of me and you recognizing within me an aspect of you. And so the communication is for you to realize that my thoughts are, as an expression of me, are relating to an aspect of you as yours to mine. And so that whole double relationship thing, which is the element of air, which permeates, which is the other thing. What connects me to you is the air that I'm breathing and the air that you're breathing. So, and the air that we're breathing is what drives the heart, even though the heart drives warmth. But the heart drives the warmth of fluid. You see, look at the fire and the water. So the heart has a fiery element driving the water around the body to keep the water warm, but the air is the key to that fire. So in that way, like when looking at it in terms of contextual expressions of that elemental state, it seems that like the nature of air seems love related, which is why we always relate the air element to the heart chakra or the air element to Tiferet. For example, Kabbalistically, they would relate Tiferet to being the center of Christ consciousness, which is the fundamental connection between all people. And the divine child in the heart is that embodiment of that love. So I see, for example, this is here. If we look at the embodiment of that divine child principle, right? Then we're looking at the sun, aren't we? And then we're looking at how this, and we want to focus specifically on this child. And notice that the child is hands open, legs open, on top of this proverbial horse that represents power. The horse represents agency. And you can see the fire behind the horse representing the agency. But the child is what's directing that horse, that power, in the same way that air directs the agency of power. So air is the hidden hand behind fire. So love is the hidden hand behind passion. I hope that makes sense.
That. Absolutely. And Chai in the comments just mentioned that devotion is achieved through surrender. And so if you're trying to stay anchored in your ways of like doing things your way all the time, and then you find that devotion, then you're willing to like uproot that anchor and then like get blown with the wind and go in the way that it takes you, instead of like trying to hold it back and not be willing to move with it. So I think that's a way in which the air can be represented as a surrender of devotion.
You know, the way I see it, when I look at this idea, like I see love, power, and wisdom as potential modalities that each of the four elements can express. So in the same way that as human beings, we have the sort of the free will to choose between good and evil, I'm thinking of this in kind of like the elemental sense of like gnomes, sylphs, undines, etc. That these are the love, power, and wisdom are sort of the basic modalities that these elemental spirits have the sort of capacity to, you know, express and sort of choose that. So in a lot of ways, love, power, and wisdom, there's sort of a variant for each one of the four elements. Because when I think about evil, for example, I never think of evil as having like a specific type. Like I don't think of it as being its own kind of ontological element. Evil always seems to be an inversion of something that already is. So it's like you take something, like you take a fire, you make an evil version of that. There's like an evil version of water, and there's an evil version of air and earth. And likewise, there's a good version of each one of those. But evil in a lot of ways is just kind of a like inversion of love. So in many ways, it's kind of like an opposite of that. So I see love being more kind of as a universally applied thing throughout all four of the elements. I think that makes sense. But each one of the elements has a different way in which it expresses that love to the other three elements. And by having those potentialities of wisdom and power within it, then those elements have the sort of the mind and the knowledge to be able to connect to the other elements by having some of those aspects within themselves.
Yeah, and evil, when you turn it backwards, becomes live or live. And there was actually a group of drum and bass producers that came together out of Atlanta called Evil Intent. And they call themselves Evil, EVOL, which is love backwards. So it is an inversion of love. That's really interesting that you mentioned that. And I like to tell people that basically evil, or the forces of darkness, only exist by escaping and running from the powers of light and love. Only can they exist in its absence. But when there is light and love, they dissolve into nothing because they don't have a source from which they come. Their source is escapism and hiding. So they can't hide forever. That's why they have the seeds of their own destruction.
I think of it like this. Like, imagine you have a race of red aliens and blue aliens, and then one alien basically comes and says, hey, those blue aliens are coming to get you, and they're evil. And then the other aliens like, oh, the red aliens. But the aliens that are trying to tell them that the other aliens are evil aren't blue or red. There's some completely different color trying to turn the two against each other. And I think that's what evil tries to do too, is it tries to make you think that evil is only allocated to a specific category. So then you focus on that category rather than the actual evil thing in and of itself. So in a lot of ways, it's like you're going to point fingers at a certain villain, but oftentimes the real villain is the one who makes the call to point fingers in the first place and is the one trying to take the groups and essentially pit them against each other.
Yeah, I think they do that in politics a lot. Like the Democrats are the one responsible for the pretend climate change theory that they're just trying to make money from people's gullibility. There is no climate change. It's just the Democrats making up stories, try to rip you off. That's what they tell people to discourage them from realizing that there actually is a global warming crisis that's become a catastrophe. But then as far as the red side goes, I think a lot of people blame the Republicans for the war machine because they're usually invested in arms dealing where they get a lot of their finances from and stuff. And so they create the war machine so that they can boost their finances by like selling more weaponry and stuff. And so I think a lot of people associate the war machine with the Republicans and blame them for that. But they blame the Democrats for like too much welfare. It's like you're depleting our finances because you're giving it away to these people that don't do anything to earn it. And it's all your fault. And there is an element where people do need help. And like sometimes you do need to engage in a war or conflict to protect your people. And like sometimes, you know, there really is a need to care about the environment. But of course, those things can be corrupted. And so they try to like demonize things and then blame people for it. Whereas those are like actually valid needs and courses of action that we can take to help us in some ways as well.
Yeah, you know, they definitely do use and abuse those principles of the opposing forces. Very much part of our manipulation structure that we're suffering under. But I also want to like point out to what you were saying, Cosmic. That's exactly what I was sort of trying to express earlier, was the idea that within each element, the other elements live. And so when we stop to think about elements, well, what are these different elements, but just a different degree of the same thing? Right? So we can then like break down all of the elements into a base of one thing. And that one thing is essentially vibrating at this pitch, it's that thing. And the one thing vibrating at that pitch is that thing. And the one thing vibrating at this pitch is that thing. And so you've got three different characteristics, three different pitches, three different states based upon frequency and resonance and vibration. And then by combining those different vibrational fields with each other to produce harmonic effects, we can then create a whole lot of other things. I mean, the obvious 7 things. Although actually we're only really creating 4 more. So when you take these 3 most fundamental states, yeah, you then produce 4 harmonic reflections, which is quite interesting. So if you're using love, power, and wisdom as an example, let's say you got love, power, and wisdom. What harmonics can you make out of love, power, and wisdom? Well, you can make the harmonic of love, power. You can make the harmonic of love, wisdom. You can make the harmonic of wisdom, love. You can make the harmonic of wisdom, power. So those are the 4 harmonic potentials that were born out of love, wisdom, and power. And when you combine those 4 harmonics with the 3 states, you end up with 7 states, of which 4 is harmonics. And when I say harmonics, I mean like, combination of the 2 different vibrational states. And so I think those 4 elements that we're normally talking about are the harmonic combinations of those 3 fundamental principles. And so that's interesting because, and this is sort of what we're getting at here when we're talking about fire, is a harmonic combination between water and air that produces fire. And water is a harmonic combination between air and fire. And fire is a combination between air and water. So which one is predominant, right? Because the fire is a combination of those two. Those two are in the deep, hidden underbelly of what on the surface is fire. So it's like a really interesting concept if you think about it. So if you're combining the fundamental principles of, say, love and wisdom, they will lead to action, right? If you want to put it into those terms. If you're combining love and wisdom, it will lead to power. And power will be expressed. Because you've got the love and the wisdom, and when the love is ruling the wisdom, it will move you to act in a particular way. So, it's just really interesting when you look at these harmonic effects of these 3 fundamental principles and how I think they became what we know as the 4 elements. And that's why when we look at like the chakras, we will see that the first 3 chakras are primordial states, right? The Sahasrara chakra, the Ajna chakra, the Visuddhi chakra. And then we get to the harmonics, the Anahata, the Manipura, the Svadhisthana, and the Muladhara. Those are the harmonic combinations of those other 3 fundamental primordial states. And they are happening beneath the proverbial, what we call in the West, firmament, right? So it's quite interesting then what we're talking about when we're talking about the firmament. Like, well, what are these waters that separate, right? And what is being separated? If there's water separating, then what are the waters separating? Well, they must be separating air. Well, if the water's separating the air, then what the hell's the fire? If you see where I'm coming from. So it becomes quite an interesting like journey into looking at the way in which these harmonics sort of operate. And so, yeah, I mean, to me, it's when we're looking at these 3 fundamental states, I think we're looking at something far more subtle than what we think we're looking at, like what is love? And it's like a really good question you asked just now, Indy, like why I relate love to air, where love you could also see it could relate to fire, but it could also, like wisdom, I think could relate to air. Wisdom, I don't see it relating to fire. Fire is too impulsive. So you could see air holding, but I think air is more about knowledge than wisdom. But what is wisdom is water, and the water is a residue of fire, because the action of fire makes us make choices, and we learn from those choices through the air element. And what's left behind alchemically is the proverbial water, right? As a result. In other words, the fire becomes smoke. The smoke has to rise, but at some point that has to condense. It needs to condensate and needs to come back down to its root, to its source, the earth. At which point what was released from the fire will come back to earth. And that coming back to earth, that water returning, we could see it as wisdom. And the idea of the fire being the destructive element of action that breaks things up, you could think of as the power that releases. And love could be the relationship of the air cycle, of the air becoming the parents, in a sense, right? So that the water and the fire can do its thing to bring about the resolution. And I think like resolution is a very airy thing if we think about it, right? To resolve things, to solve, resolve. I think that concept of the cycle of air holds within it the most fundamental state that sort of regulates all energetic potential, because it has to go round and round and round and round, and there has to be a correlation. Hope that makes sense to you guys.
Yeah, I feel like each of the elements has its own element of transformation in itself, and that fire is like motivation. It transforms us from inaction into action. We have air that's like the imagination. It changes us from like being like dull or simple to like changing to become more complex and capable. And then water is like healing, so it changes us from being kind of like dehydrated or like thirsty for something, and then it gives us like, it quenches our needs and it like heals us. So they all help provide transformation and change in different ways, and then they help each other or hinder each other in different ways as well.
You know, when I think about life, like if we think about life, what's the most fundamental thing in life is to breathe, isn't it? So the fool in the tarot represents that fundamental. And when we're speaking about the fool in terms of air, we're not talking about the air element as a harmonic element. We're talking about it as a primordial state. But the fool represents that primordial forces of air, which is the entire process of which represents growth, doesn't it? So I would think of the breathing as being the key to sort of bringing the forces of life to bear in order for us to be able to experience growth. And that growth brings us closer to holding the agency and the potential to understand and gather wisdom in a state. It's interesting how like you'll often hear people talking about the fires of life. So we need to breathe air because air is like a dynamo. It drives the dynamos inside our bodies so that our bodies can keep the metabolism driving in order to generate fire. So air is the precursor towards generating inner fire, and inner fire is the precursor towards the movement of fluids around our body. Isn't that interesting? Yeah. And the movement of fluids around our body is what sustains the body as a result of the fire that generates the metabolism in order to move those fluids around the body. And this is all a result of that particular initial, the breath of life flowing through our bodies and our consciousness. So is the breath more than just air? If that makes sense. It's got to have within the air an element of fire and an element of water in order for it to touch both extremities within our system and become a carrier as a result of breathing. And I suppose the moment we stop breathing, that's when we stop living. Yeah. I mean, well, within minutes, a certain number of minutes without breathing is basically the end of life, which is like quite an interesting concept. how immediate we're tied to that element of air. And what is it that's in a mother? In a mother, what replaces the air element? In a mother, in a womb, what replaces the air element is the umbilical. Isn't that really interesting? As an idea, that we don't breathe until we're actually outside of the womb, which is probably why when we count our first moment of being born, why we don't count our lives as starting inside the womb, why we start our lives as starting when we exit the womb, is because that's when we take our first breath. And so I suppose the breath then becomes the calculation factor for understanding how long our lives will be.
That's actually kind of a cool concept. The idea that, like, 'cause I've been thinking about something like too, like there's a sort of that the soul is actually kind of like a convergence of points, right? So you have like the whole my whole thing with like, being representing kind of the embodied consciousness, and awareness being the sort of the outward projective consciousness. So I think of being as essentially being sort of like being created in the womb, and then that awareness first manifests when you get outside of the womb, and then you take a breath of air, getting oxygen, and sort of entering a new sort of like phase of consciousness. So that'll give me something to chew on for a while.
Yeah, and we have different elements of transformation between air, water, and fire that are all kind of insightful. We have like water will fill the container and take its shape. No matter what the container is, the water can take its shape, and it can join that energy of that container and reflect it. Whereas air moves freely and can change form effortlessly and is not restricted by a mold that's a certain form. And so it can transcend that mold and be able to reach above it all. Whereas fire can like burn down limitations and walls or fences and allow us to overcome those limitations that were imposed upon us. And it can disintegrate things to allow us to move past whatever kind of constrictions we were put in. So in those senses, like when there's like some kind of a container or like a cage that we're put in, they have different effects that they can take on. So like in that sense, kind of like you could say that water would be like Stockholm syndrome. Like if you put somebody in a pattern long enough, they'd fall into that pattern and it'll be kind of stuck in their ways in that pattern, whether it's toxic or what. And but in a positive sense, if you're put somebody into a place where they're healing and you put them in a good environment, they can learn to take on those good lifestyles and diets that you're being brought upon to be able to improve your life. And then you can take on the shame of that container, which will then free you from the challenges that you suffered from before. So the taking the shape of the container can help or hinder. But I guess that could be also the same case with air, where you're going to blow and change and move and expand or contract effortlessly and without the container that's being put in front of you, or being put within, influencing you. You can transcend the bonds that are being tried to be placed upon you. And then fire can take down limitations and help us overcome them, but it goes through a process in which you have to destroy them first, and the destruction can be detrimental and toxic or damaging, or that can be like a liberating thing, where like we have certain things that need to be disintegrated, that need to be taken away. Like in Scandinavia, they're really good at burning their trash. And so they have like no trash waste. It's all burnt up, and then they filter the smoke and they turn it all into small like residue from smoke that they capture in filters. and it's like takes up absolutely no space, and they reduce all their waste into a very minimal aspect that's like almost nothing. Whereas most people have so much waste, it's contaminating the world. All the pollution, all the trash that gets thrown in, the microplastics get thrown into the ocean. They're finding that there's plastic and bottles and junk even at the bottom of the Mariana Trench, where people can't even go because the pressure's so high. But some of our waste and pollution has ended up there. So like fire can be used for helpful things, like disintegrating things into nothing, like human waste, things like that. So it can be used for good things and bad things too. When we have fire that takes down forests, it seems sad that there's these big forest fires, but some of the elements of the ecosystem thrive on being able to spring from after that fire. Then certain trees do better after having been burnt at allowing the ecosystem to then thrive, at build a new canopy from the seeds that were in too much shade before with the canopy above them to be able to prosper. Now they're able to have full sunlight and grow a new generation of trees that can then thrive and create like a new forest. Particularly with pine trees, they basically kill all the undergrowth underneath them and they shade their own saplings. So once there's a fire with pine trees, and they really catch fast and burn quick. If you ever put pine on a fire, it crackles and it's got a lot of air within it and it burns fast. So for pine to burn, it could also help the pine sometimes be able to propagate the next generation.
Interesting you mentioned Scandinavia. A lot of those countries seem to be getting a lot of their power from air, water, and some nuclear, which is really interesting. You know, I think Sweden's got the nuclear power stations. It makes a lot more sense to use your electricity in such a way, doesn't it? Like, what are we doing in the West? Oh, yeah, right. We're building data centers. But we could be building filters and getting rid of our rubbish with all of that energy, couldn't we? It's like it's something to think about, right? In fact, it wouldn't take that much energy to burn your rubbish, right? You think about it. It wouldn't take that much energy. It's quite efficient. In fact, holy moly, totally. So if you were to burn all of your rubbish, you'd be generating a hell of a lot of heat, wouldn't you? So if you were to build a power station that generates heat out of burning people's rubbish and capturing it and turning it into tiny little, bits of residue, you could be like you would need rubbish. You'd be like, listen, like people, we need rubbish to make electricity. So bring us your rubbish. And like, it would be very efficient, right? Because you'd be generating the heat out of that electricity, which you can then, obviously you can have that heat driving turbines, right?
That'd be awesome. Like maybe they would like lock up all the trash cans and dumpsters so you can't get into them. Then people would have to go and pick up all the trash in the streets and sell it, and you can make money off it, and people would be getting paid to clean up the world. That
trash should be valuable.
Yeah, that'd be awesome. We needed to start doing something like that.
It's really quite a clever thought if you think about it. Like burning your, and so it's an interesting concept. I suppose you would also want to use solar power with that. So you would want to have huge solar lenses, like gigantic magnifying glasses. Imagine that are focusing beams into the burning furnace to add to the burning power of the heat, so that it doesn't matter what trash you're burning, it's going to burn easily because you're adding solar power to the fire. Like, oh, well, that thing doesn't burn so well. It doesn't burn that well until you add extra heat to it. You help it burn. The same as like if you're burning a fire and you're burning something that's not good in the fire, as long as you've got enough wood on the fire, that other thing will burn, right? Because the other wood will help that thing to burn. So it's like, it's a really interesting concept of like, what are we doing wrong? Why are we not using wisdom to drive our agency, our power?
Yeah, and like the thing is, it takes fuel to like start to burn the trash, and like the wetter it is, like the more fuel you need to use. But if you use sunlight as like maybe in like a magnifying glass or something kind of a situation where it's concentrated sunlight, that's pure fire right there, and you don't need it to pay for that fuel. You only just need to pay to make these lenses, and once the lens is made, you just direct it in a certain way. It doesn't really take as much time and energy as creating fuels and constantly needing to get more fuel and have it stocked up. You just got your lens, you direct it a certain way. You got to make sure the clouds aren't blocking the sun. It's the only concern, really. But that's a genius way to do it. And that's what I figured out when Mike Reynolds created the Earth ships. He said all of the resources are brought to the Earth ship home from nature. You got rain that comes down that's purified and stored under the house. You got wind that comes in that can be used to run turbines. You got water that runs through the house that can be used to turn turbines and create electricity from the rain and from nearby like water bodies and stuff. And all that stuff's great. But the only thing that he needed to make it all work was he needed a way to purify the water when it's captured. And so the only thing that the person needed to leave the Earth ship for is to go get a filter for the water that they save and purify. But I figured that you could actually use glass and sunlight to purify the water and bring it to a point of boiling, and then have it gather and run down like a plane, and then go into somewhere else where it's fully purified water after it was heated up and boiled and then cooled. So I feel like you could use glass and sun to purify water, which would make it so that the Earthship is fully efficient without needing to go anywhere into some other place to have these filters that are made. You just have the filter that's made from glass and it operates from the sun, and it's like self-orienting and like self-applicating. So this design, I never gotten to speak to Mike Reynolds yet, but I feel like this could bring the completing puzzle piece to his design, which he received like in meditation at the top of a Mayan temple. Channeled this information, understanding that plants are the most advanced species and type of life form, kingdom of life that there is on the face of Earth, because they don't have to go run around and find resources and take them or find them or make them or extract them from anywhere and process anything. They basically like sit there. Everything that they need comes to them. The water comes to them in the rain. The air and the sunlight come to them from the sky, and the earth is there beneath them. And they just use everything around them that they need to do everything and thrive. And it's amazing. And we could learn to do that ourselves. So instead of having these homes where we have to go out and we have to find all these resources all the time and bring them back and use them in a planned obsolescence way where they're made to break down, then we have to go constantly get more perpetually forever and ever. Like, we could learn to do this in such a better way. And the thing is, it's not really that practical for a capitalistic consumer-based society, which is unsustainable in itself. So I think that if we were to make it such a way where our technology would last, we don't need to constantly get more technology. The things that we would be able to use for commerce would be more like things like entertainment. We would, instead of needing to buy things in commerce for survival, those things would already be brought to us and naturally grow from the earth themselves or in our green rooms or whatever, naturally by the design of our layout or our permaculture orchards or whatever they are, oases that we live on. And we would use for commerce the things of entertainment, like we would be able to create stories, songs, artwork, fashion, all these great things, and use those things to be able to share with each other. And people want all the coolest new stuff. They want all the coolest new fashion. They want all the coolest new music. They want all the coolest new jokes. They want all the coolest new artwork, whatever it is, you know? songs and stuff. Like we could trade those things. To me, that'd be like an ideal utopian society where we don't have to just constantly break down nature to make all these different forms of sustenance and technology that are constantly like being depleted. We would always have those things. They would just naturally make themselves from the earth for us, and we would just use them accordingly, and we could trade them with each other. But like one of the other things that popped in my mind is the idea that food waste is one of the worst problems to create greenhouse gases right now. But if you take food waste and instead of putting it in the trash, you put it in a separate place in the compost, you can actually capture the methane from your food waste and use that as a fuel as well. And you don't even have to burn anything. You just put the food waste inside of a bucket and then put like a wait for it to air to go into a certain place and concentrate in a tank, and you can get fuel from your food waste instead of allowing it to bombard the atmosphere and increase our temperature in the global temperature in the world, which is also raising the temperature of the sea level, or the sea temperature is raising in temperature and levels. So as sea level rises, it's being difficult for people on the coast, and as the sea temperature rises, it's being difficult for the life forms, particularly the plankton, to thrive. So that's like the source of life, like where all life came from on the surface was originally from the sea, and the plankton is like the beginning stages of life on like a microscopic level, and it gets difficult for life to be able to live in the high temperatures that the sea is getting up to. Right now, there's problems right now in the Panama Canal. El Nino wind patterns are changing, and the winds are moving things differently right now. And what happened was apparently the Panama Canal is no longer in function right now. It's no longer able to be used because the water courses have changed. So people can't move goods, import and export goods through the Panama Canal from the Atlantic to Pacific Ocean. So it could create some kind of issues for us in our commerce right now, but it has a lot to do with climate change problems. So there's like situations going on where instead of using all these internal combustion engines that are firepower to be able to get around and make things work, I think we might try to figure out how to make power from cooling effect things, like some kind of like generators that operate from cooling. But they're switching right now because they know that fossil fuels are so detrimental to the atmosphere, from hydrocarbon, petroleum-based fuel over to hydrogen power, water-based fuel. But they're both operating in a way that they create heat to function. Whereas we have like electrical power things, which operates from lithium, and lithium is destructive to the environment too in the batteries that we have. But there's got to be ways about going about this where electrical power could be operating from something besides lithium. We could have some kind of a power that we use that is a cooling effect. If things start to get too hot, we can start to use these cooling technologies to cool things down. Just like the impact that we had on using the Industrial Revolution to create commerce for people and products and services and whatever, we have the ability to make big, massive changes because so many people are doing the same thing and it has impact on the environment. Well, if we are like wise about the decisions we make and the technologies that we use those technologies to create the differences in the world that we want to make. But I don't know if there's a technology that we've created yet that will make things cooler besides like refrigeration and air conditioning. But the powers that they get are usually from heating things to make those powers to power those things. So I guess it take a little brainstorming, but I feel like it's not impossible to come up with a solution for this.
Yeah, I think like the way we do things is very like, you know, we're thinking in a two-dimensional paradigm. We're not thinking outside of that dimension. We're not taking into account that there are paradigms within paradigms, and that we need to, you know, utilize all the power and all the potential around us instead of just what we're used to, you know, which is quite interesting. I suppose it's sort of like we've got fulcrums, but we choose not to use the fulcrums when we want to move things. even though using a fulcrum makes it a lot easier to move things. So we are stubborn. The human race, we're a stubborn bunch, aren't we? Or shall we say we're run by a stubborn bunch? It's probably a good way of putting it. The Freemasons with their idea of knowledge and four, the baseline of four. And if everything's analysis based. And so we tend to be a bit stuck. So I think we've been sort of looking at quite a few aspects of this sort of these states. And I thought to add a bit of the Vedic into it, the idea of the Shiva path. So there are ideas that I came across when I was living in India about how if one moves the path of Shiva, right? So Shiva is pure mysticism, right? It's embracing the mystic path. If one enters through the doors of Shiva, I'm going to use these words. These are my sort of ways of explaining the idea. Then one will end up on the throne of Krishna, which is like an expression of Vishnu, which is an interesting concept. And so Vishnu represents, so you got Shiva, which is destruction, right? Which is very related to Agni, right? And Agni is very related to expression of fire. But Agni is the expressive part of fire. Tejas is the subtle, fundamental, primordial state of fire, for example. And they both relate to Shiva on a very fundamental level, as representing that primal, formidable aspect of the divine power, right? And then we look at how Shiva emerges from the heart of Vishnu when Vishnu has been sleeping on the ocean. So there are stories with the passing of the yugas where Vishnu sleeps like this on one arm. Don't know if you've seen the pictures. And Vishnu sleeps on one arm upon the primordial waters of being. And from these primordial waters of being comes Shiva. Now, I think these primordial waters of being are the essence of Brahma, which is quite interesting. Because you don't see Brahma in the story between Vishnu and Shiva. But we know that all three have to be present in the whole story because they are primordially, fundamentally connected. So that sort of gives us quite an interesting, the Brahmana's dream. And if that dream is the substance of the primordial waters, right? So you could say that the primordial waters are the medium through which the dream is speaking to us through Vishnu and Shiva. So you could think of then, and that has a lot to do with manifestation, right? Which is quite interesting. The manifest of reality through Maya, through Brahma's dream, the primordial water. Where the Agni, which is carrying the primordial tejas of fire, which is Shiva's essence, and Vishnu, which is the preserver, which is between the creative impulse of that dream, which is the primordial water, the womb, right, where life gets created from. And it's a fundamental dream acting through the primordial waters of the womb, the power of Brahma. And Shiva is destroying on the surface, right, around the edges of the wheel, in order to maintain the forces of creative and destructive potential. but these are being managed by Vishnu. Now, Vishnu has avatara. And the avatar of Vishnu, we know Krishna, there's many avatars of Vishnu, actually. Now we are entering into the Kalki avatar, the time of Kalki. And also Indra is an avatar of Vishnu. And so we'll always find that Vishnu's avatar represents love. Yeah, exactly. It represents the powers of love. In the Krishna story, it's Krishna with his flute dancing, and the gopis are dancing around Krishna, and everybody's just in a state of ecstatic love. And Radha is serving this Krishna, and Krishna is dancing for Radha, as an expression of the love for Radha. So there's this interesting relationship here. And when we look at the story of Indra, the whole Indra story is once again a story of love, right? Indra and his wife, the whole story of Lanka and the smiting of the Ravana in Lanka, in Sri Lanka, and all of those ancient stories where, the Hanuman takes a chunk of the Himalayas and flies down and throws it like a spear into Sri Lanka to create Sripada. Is it called Sripada? Yeah, it's called Sripada in Sri Lanka. Is once again this war of love, right? And the same war of love that we see with the Indra and sorry. Am I talking about Indra? I'm mixing it up. Ram is the other one. Sita, Ram and Sita, Rama and Sita. That's sorry for mixing up those stories, people. We're talking about the Rama Sita story, which is also the expressions of Vishnu. So Vishnu seems to always manifest the preservation, the forces of preservation, which is the essence of life, which is related very much to the breath. Shiva represents the forces of power, which move from the Kundalini, which is the power of action, right? The Kundalini. It's that serpentine energy that moves the world, that gets us moving, that turns the wheel. And we see how that these two are constantly, Krishna is constantly, or the avatars of Vishnu are constantly balancing these forces of creative, destructive potential. And I think we've got a beautiful little series of metaphors that relate to the principle of love, power, and wisdom. Obviously, love is Vishnu, right? And the Vaishnavas and the Rama and the Krishna and the Kalki. Also, Kalki is the avatar, but when we talk about Vishnu, we're also talking about the what do you call it? Where's my brain? We're talking about the most rarest form of avatar. And avatar means avatar, but in the real sense, avatar means savior, right? Means an embodiment that comes to save. So when you think of what Jesus Christ represents, he represents Vishnu. He represents the avatar of Vishnu, which is the preservation of life. And the preservation of life is really what we are looking at when we're looking at love, because love preserves life. And life is love. And so it's quite interesting. We look at Brahma, and Brahma, there's not that much lore about Brahma, right? We know the Parabrahm, which is the fundamental circle within which everything is happening, which we could say is personified by the dream of life, right? Which is personified by the Maya. And obviously Brahma, some funny stories about Brahma actually, which it's quite difficult for Western minds to grasp. So his daughter is Sarasvati. And Sarasvati is, wow, it's such a beautiful picture. Let me find a picture of Sarasvati. She must be one of the most, well, I don't know, maybe I'm biased, but Sarasvati. She's just so beautiful, man. I mean, okay, all the goddesses in India are all so beautiful. Indian goddesses tend to be beautiful. It's how they roll. But here is an idea. Oh, that's not a very high resolution image. Let's find a better one. Not bad. Yeah, that'll have to do. So here we have a picture of Sarasvati. Let me bring her on. And you'll see what I mean by the symbolism and the ideas behind the Sarasvati. That wasn't my first choice as an image, but you can get an idea of what we're talking about here when we look at it. Is that a higher resolution? Trying to find a decent picture. Not that easy. There we go. That might be a slightly better resolution. So here you see what we're talking about, right? You see, Sarasvati is essentially the offspring of Brahma. We can say Brahma's child. But Sarasvati is also, in some texts, the consort of Brahma, which is a little bit confusing because it smells like pedophilia, but it's not. Because we're talking about fairly profound states of consciousness here. Like, you know, did the chicken come first or did the egg come first? That's really what we're talking about. Chicken and egg stuff. And so what they're saying is that the chicken came from the egg, which came first because it came from the chicken. If you really want to, yeah, exactly. Krishna and Christ are the same. In fact, when the Catholics saw the Gita, you know what they said? The Catholics said that the Gita was a what did they say? They said it was basically it was basically the Bible. Yeah, it was the New Testament. That's that was what the Catholics and the Christians first said when they first saw the Gita. They thought that the Indian people had copied parts of the Bible and written it into their own language. They didn't realize that it was a separate. So some of the texts in it that they had heard, it was very similar to the message of, you know, Christ. They thought that it had been inspired by the story of Christ, when actually no, this is a very old story. It's got nothing to do with your bloke on the cross. Krishna never goes on a cross. He dances and plays the flute, dude. It's a whole different story. But anyway, so there's a very close parallel here. But the reason I'm showing you this Sarasvati is notice what she's sitting on. And she's often depicted as sitting on the fundamental waters. So she's often seen sitting on a lotus. Now, the lotus is the flower that grows on the water, right? And she's often depicted with her swan, right? So her swan represents this purity of a high state of a high state of mental acuity. So Sarasvati with her sisterin, with her is that a sitara or is it a sisterin? Anyway, her instrument that she's playing doesn't look quite like a sitara, but anyway, it's same thing, same but different. She embodies the spirit of music, but she rules over the higher mental faculties. And the very high mental faculties are essentially what we're talking about here. And you see the books at her feet, right? Like this is typical symbolism, representing like the high field of the mental ray. So it's quite interesting when you look at this and you see the Brahma seems to have like a powerful watery aspect. Even and you see Shiva's often sitting on a tiger skin, tiger representing, fiery Leo tiger cat energy. And Vishnu has a disc, the disc which is spinning. So Vishnu controls the loka, controls the spinning of the world, which, if you think about it, like most of everything is spinning, is the air is spinning, right? If you go outside now and you look at what's really spinning, the air is really spinning. You can see it wherever you look at the air, it's spinning. It's just different speeds. When it's very windy, it's spinning fast. When it's not very windy, it's spinning slowly. You might barely notice it, but it's spinning. And if it's spinning really fast, it's a tornado. But that's really like, that spinning disc energy, chakra. So you could then see Vishnu, Shiva, and Brahma representing that cool mental, the power of thought. Vishnu representing the bhakti, right? And the element of love, and Shiva representing the power, right? And so Shiva's consort is Kali, Mahakali, or Shakti, which literally means power. What does Sarasvati mean? Has it got relations to intelligence? Sarasvati etymology. Let's see what they say. Sarasvati comes from the Sanskrit, joining saras, meaning flow of water or water, and vati, meaning possessing the flow of water. So it's she who flows. And she represents the continuous stream of consciousness, speech, vak, that creative intelligence, right? So she is that expression of Brahma's potential. In the same way that Shakti represents the power aspect which Shiva holds, and Kali represents that power moving in a particular way. And with Krishna, Radha represents that heart of love and devotion, right? That which powers your bhakti. So it's interesting, we see these three principles in these three, Shiva, Vishnu, and Brahma. Vishnu offers, they talk about it as God, right? G, Brahma, generator, right? D, destroyer, Shiva. And O, what is the O part that they say? I forget it. It's something that you often hear people saying in India. It's very cute. Organizer. Is it organizer? Organizer, maintainer. So yeah, like the creator, the organizer, and the destroyer. And the organizer is Vishnu, keeping everything moving, keeping everything flowing, like as it's supposed to, like turning the revolutions. So we can see these three fundamental principles reflected here with the the three fundamental deities, and of course their consorts, which are equally important. People don't realize that, if you really want to understand Shiva, you want to understand Kali and Shakti. Like if you're not understanding Parvati and Shiva and Shakti and Kali as the triple goddess, then you're missing the point of what Shiva represents. And the same for understanding Krishna, you want to understand Radha, right? Or Rama, you want to understand Sita, because they are fundamentally connected. And if you want to understand Brahma, you want to understand what Sarasvati represents. So it's really interesting when you look at these three pairs, as these three pairs represent love, power, and wisdom fundamentally. I don't know, what do you guys think about these ideas as bringing in the Vedic infrastructure to bear?
Yeah, this stuff is powerful stuff, and I was looking at the roles in creation that they have, and sometimes Brahma's dream, the idea that we're all in the mind of Brahma as a fetus in the womb of Kali. And this is where the Maya comes from. It's an illusion of Brahma's dream, is a beautiful story. But then sometimes Brahma is represented as sprouting from a lotus flower that comes from the navel of Vishnu. And so that's interesting, where they're both part of that story of creation together. And I think Cosmic will like that, where there's not just a oneness, but like a duality there. And but also, I was curious, where is Shiva? If those two are connected through this lotus flower, where does Shiva come in? But Shiva apparently is like self-creating, so he doesn't really connect like those two do, which is interesting. And he's not. Sometimes I thought that they would say Brahma and Vishnu are in the womb together, in Kali's womb together as like twins. But I don't know if that holds up. When I looked it up, I didn't see anything to come up on that. But Shiva seems to be self-generating from like a different place, which is interesting, which kind of reminds me of Thoth. Thoth was said to not be born from the gods, but self-creating, and like formed himself from nothing, which I figured could mean he was just from the peasant class, but was of greatness, and then rose to be able to be of the higher echelons. But I'm not really sure what it was supposed to mean.
You see, Shiva is born from like this pillar of fire, which is what we were talking about, the Tejas. And but when traversing the path of Shiva, like if you look at the Namastra, so there's all these Namastra that you can look at. And there are 3 schools of Namastra. Actually, there's 6 schools of Namastra. And then there are different versions of them. So you'll have the Namastra of the Shiva and of the Shakti and of the Kali and the feminine. And then you'll have the Namastra of the Vishnu and how the Krishna and the Radha and the Rama and the Sita are all faceted. And then the Brahma Namastra will be there too, as well as the consorts, feminine reflection. And interesting how Durga overlaps with this, even though Durga has got powerful Shiva elemental energy. So I think like Shiva and Brahma are the same one, but they're different. They emerge at a different time. Like it's the destruction is from whence this pillar of fire. Let's put it this way. If Brahma is the creator, where did the pillar of fire come from? Think about that for a minute. Like something must have created the pillar of fire, right? And that pillar of fire is where Shiva is born from. So it's like the source of all of this. However, you also see that, within Krishna's heart, there is Shiva. Right? So there's this element too. So they seem to be like fundamentally relating to these primordial elements. Right? Vishnu is sleeping on the water, and Brahma is emerging from his navel, but the water that Vishnu sleeping on is the primordial water that Sarasvati is an expression of. Does that make sense? And that fundamental intelligence, which is the physical expression of Brahma's potential, or the manifesting expression of Brahma's potential. So you see they're so locked up in each other that like you can't really tear them apart. And there are other stories as well with Shiva and Krishna, which are quite interesting, that you will get from different schools of thought. But it definitely, like you think the element of fire, Shiva, element of water, Brahma, and the element of air, Vishnu. So Vishnu, for example, if you want to get a Vishnu Rudraksha, where am I Rudraksha? I've got some Vishnu, Rudraksha, which is 6 Mukhi. 6 Mukhi is a strong Vaishnavat. That would be for you, for example, Indy, the 6 Mukhi. And because the 6 Mukhi it's like the Rudraksha for students. If you're like studying and you love to research information, you love to study things, and you want to research books, the 6 Mukhi is really good. And the 4 Mukhi is like the Mukhi of Brahma. This is also related to knowledge, but it's like the creative aspect of knowledge, where the 6 has got to do with that deep, like studious nature of knowledge, studying and really sifting through all of the information. And the Panchamukhi is the Shiva's number, which is the pentagram. So that pentagram is bound to Shiva, which is sort of, I suppose, when we think about what life represents, we see the pentagram as being sort of the representation of man and humanity and life, the forces of life. The forces of fire are so easily seen in the pentagram more than any other structure, readily, because that's the very nature of the pentagram, holding the 72 and the 108, both of them, like, sequentially bound, 72, 108, 72, 108. And as it expands outwards, that 72, 108 invert again and invert again. So there's this continual flowing between these two principles. And so you've got 36, 72, 108. Can you see how that's phi? Because when you add 36 to 72, you get 108. So let me show you what I mean. Maybe I can find a picture. It's really beautiful to look at the mechanics behind and I think this is where the primal fundamental potential of fire, the self-emergence, comes from. So let's see if I can find a decent image. Here we go. It's not a bad one, but this one might be better. Is it a better resolution? Let's check. Okay. So what do we got? Are we on? There we are. So here we can see what I'm talking about, right? You can see the 36, which is on the outer points. So as you rotate around the outer points, they all got 36, right? And if from the outer point you move down to the inner angles on either side, the inner angles are 72. And if you add that 36 with the inner angle 72, you end up with 108. So that's 108. That's 108. That's 72. That's 36. 36 plus 72 equals 108. So you can see that's the principle of phi. That's how phi works. Phi is like 1, 1, 2, 3, right? 1, 1, 2, 3, 5, 8, 13, 21. That's the sequence of phi, right? The Fibonacci sequence. And so those numbers are bound within the pentagram. Yeah, and you can see how all of the mathematics of the pentagram, it gets smaller and smaller and smaller, and it binds itself to itself. And you can see here the 54 elements are like when you halve this, you're ending up with the 54, which is actually half of 108, which makes up the straight line of 180. Then you're looking at this internal mechanism, which is 36 becoming 18, right? And if you halve that again, you end up with 9. So it's carrying the power of the enneagram within it. It's really quite a beautiful thing to study and analyze.
So 36 and 72 make 108, which is associated with fire because 108 is part of the Fibonacci sequence.
No. 36 plus 72 equals 108.
Is that the golden number?
Well, imagine it like this. One, if you, the Fibonacci means that the next number will be the sum of the two numbers that came before. So if you then add 108 to 72, you get 180. So if you look at this image here, right? Just going back here, if you take the 36, can you see my cursor on the screen?
Yeah.
I hope you guys can. Okay, good. So let's start here because there's 108. You can see it. It's clear. It's easy. All of these ones here are 108, 108, 108, 108, 108, right? That's 5 108s, which is 540, right? Now, if we take 36, right, there, plus 36 there, that's that becomes 72, right? Sorry, if we take 36 there plus the 72 there, so these two angles are 72. That's 72, that's 72, and that's 36. If we take that 36 plus 72, it becomes 108, right? Then the next sequence, if we take that 72 plus 108, it becomes the next one, which is 180. Does that make sense? 180 is this external line. So this one plus this one equals 108. This one plus this one equals 180. That's the next sequence. So here you got 36 plus 72, 108. And then we got 72 plus 108, which is 180, which is this line, which is 108, which we could say is also this line, which I'm sorry, 180. So this is 180, this is 180. So you've got these two 180 points here, and you'll see that this follows around the entire system, right? So that's what Fibonacci, that's how Fibonacci works, right? It takes the last two numbers added together will be the next number. And then when you add that next number, that number plus that number added together will be the next number. That's how you can calculate it. So if you go 1 plus 1 is 2, 1 plus 2 is 3, right? 3 plus 2 is 5, right? 5 plus 3 is 8. 5 plus 8 is 13. 13 plus 8 is 21. 21 plus 8 is 29. No, sorry. 21 plus 13, sorry, is 34. 34 plus 21 is 55. 55 plus 34 is 89. 89 plus 54 is 163. I hope I got those numbers right, but that's how you can just keep extrapolating onwards and onwards just by adding the next two numbers, adding the next two numbers. So that's how the sequence works. You take one and that, you add them. Then the next number with the next number, you add those. And the next number, you add those. And that's how the Fibonacci sequence works.
What about in the pentagon in the middle of the five-sided shape that contains the square upside down? What's the angle of that? It looks like it's above 90 degrees. Like maybe it's
same angles.
100 degrees.
108.
Oh, it is 108. Oh, okay.
It's 108. So if you take that red triangle, it's the same thing. It's 36 plus 72, which makes 108. And then 72 plus 108, which makes a straight line, which is 180.
Oh, yeah, because it actually makes an X.
Yeah.
And so it's 108 on both sides. Oh, yeah.
So if you if you look at it, it's quite interesting. If you take 36 and 36, if you take 5 times 36, that's 150, that's 180. Right? Rolling around the outside. So that 180 is once again the 72 plus the 108. And if you take the 72 and the 72, that's 144 and 144 and 144 and 144 and 144. So that's just really interesting when you start looking at how all these numbers sort of add up. If you're looking at the baseline of the externalization of the pentagon, which is at the center. But yeah, I mean, if you draw this line on here, maybe I can find a picture that shows you this better. Pentagram that expands and holds smaller pentagrams around it in perfect mathematics. I don't know whether I'm going to get Google to give me the image I'm looking for. No, that's not what we're looking for. I think I have to use the word fractal. That expands as fractal pentagrams. Maybe I'll draw it sometime. Oh gosh, here we go into this nonsense. Does this one hold it? Will that one work? Does it show us? Okay, yeah, here we can see a little bit of what I'm talking about. We can sort of see some of it, and will give us a little bit of an idea of the concept of what I'm trying to share with you. Can you see this image I've got on the screen here?
Yeah, beautiful.
Now just look at what it's doing. It's mind-boggling, right? Can you see that is a smaller pentagram? That fits perfectly into that pentagram. And that is a smaller pentagram that fits perfectly into that pentagram. And the maths is the same in terms of the angles. Right?
Yeah, the relationship between the stars is like the golden ratio, right?
Yeah. But do you know what happens when you take this pentagram? You see this pentagram I'm showing you here? If you take this pentagram and put the head and put the base there and there, it fits into this. Right? Here you can see a smaller version of the same pentagram right here. Right? So that pentagram is the same scale as that pentagram. If you extend the lines of this pentagram, so you could say that the lengths of this pentagram plus the lengths of this pentagram equals this pentagram. Does that make sense? If you look at the maths, the way it comes together. And if you take the length of this pentagram plus the length of this pentagram, it equals this pentagram. If you take the length of this pentagram plus the length of this pentagram of the lines, it equals the lengths of the lines of this pentagram. So there's a perfect scale of ratio of phi being reflected in this pentagram right here, showing us how the pentagrams are contained. Then there's another version where you can see how if you expand it outwards, it does the same thing outside of itself in another way. But it carries that ratio where the next pentagram that it shows will be the ratio of two smaller ones. So you take it outwards, it becomes a smaller pentagram. You take that outwards, it becomes a smaller pentagram. And then you add those two smaller pentagram ratio the lengths of the sides together, and you end up back with the same big pentagram. So that's the Fibonacci sequence. That's the phi being reflected by the pentagram. That's why pentagrams got such a close resonance with phi. Sorry, people, I don't mean to get lost in the beauty of a pentagram. They are just such incredible shapes to study. You just I don't know. For me, when I look at a pentagram, I'm like, I'm in love. My girlfriend better not see me doting over this pentagram like that. She'll be like, "Hey, dude, keep your eyes up front, buddy." No, I'm only joking. My girlfriend probably loves pentagrams as much as I do.
Yeah, it's a cool shape.
What was that?
That's a cool shape. I'm trying to I guess right now I'm contemplating how does the idea of fractals and symmetry just relate to consciousness and information? And I guess if you think about it on some level, what a fractal does, like when you look at a shape like this, you see the very concept of a pentagram, but it's like every single potentiality of what that pentagram could be in terms of size, dimension, and where it exists, is represented in this image. So in a lot of ways, I think of this gold pentagram at the center as kind of being like the base soul, and everything around it, all the smaller little inside ones, are all the potentialities of how it could exist. Like I'm thinking it in my mind, those old Tiger electronic games where they would have a little black shadow figure on the screen that would kind of it would just be a bunch of still images, but when you look at the screen of light, you see all the potential move set your little character could have. But when you play the game, only a few would light up and sort of make the game animation. But when you don't have the game playing, you see all the potentialities of what the character could be doing, jumping, swinging their sword, throwing a ninja star. And that's kind of what I see with this. So I think about in terms of consciousness, having a sense of consistent symmetry is like taking information and retaining it across distances and larger spaces. So in a lot of ways, because you think about it, if you take any one of these pentagrams, whether the inverted one, the non-inverted one, the blue one, or the gold one, within it, you can sort of recreate this fractal by understanding the symmetry of it, right? So the potential of that, and you take one of these isolated, still exists within the potential of that entire fractal exists within each one of these tiny pentagrams within the set. So, because I think then when you think about something like fractals in nature, I'm thinking specifically of fractal cauliflower or certain other fractal mosses or something like that. It's that potential, but also with the will of the physical organism. That's why it turns into the weird blob-like amorphous shape, but there's still that fractal. So in a lot of ways, it's you see within the organism that fractal potential sort of still manifesting itself, but because it has, a will, being an organic being, being a plant, it can go into even deeper sort of levels of novelty and expression. So I guess in a lot of ways, if you think about something like cellular life, this, fractals are kind of the precursor to that. So it's it seems like fractals being formed in nature is sort of how it kind of expands consciousness. When the fractal gets more complex, it reaches new thresholds of consciousness, mineral consciousness, plant consciousness, animal consciousness, human consciousness, spirit and God consciousness, and so forth. So there's just a lot of things for me to think about.
Yeah, exactly. They all seem to hold that element, that fundamental thing. Man, I wish I could find that flower. It's one of the most beautiful flowers that you'll ever see in India. I fell in love with this flower. Hold on. Crackerful, Rajasthan. Is it in Rajasthan? Do you find that flower in Rajasthan? No, it's not Rajasthan. Where did I see that flower? Like, 3D pentagram, and they called it a cracker fool. But anyway, I wish I could show you guys how beautiful these flowers are. These small little flowers you can find in India, and they basically have a pentagram inside a pentagram reversed inside a pentagram reversed. But it's like it's 3D. It's like it's not like a flat flower. It's like it's just the most amazing thing. You can sit and stare at it for hours, and it even smells good. It's got like a good smell. So you're staring into this flower and you're breathing it in, and you're getting like drunk on the how good its sweetness is of the smell, and staring in, and it's got a lavender edge of color to it, like a whitish lavender colors. Some of it is lavenders and some of it is white, like, you know, lilac lavender colors. If I ever see a picture of that flower, I'll get a few guys and show you. That's like a kind of flower you just can't get enough of. And I haven't seen it anywhere since I was in India, sadly. So we've done the 4 hour. We've overshot the 4 hours, ladies and gentlemen. We did it. We did it. It was done. It was done by us. We were the ones that did it. So yeah, man. If there's any last ideas you guys want to throw on the board, this is the time to do it.
I think one more point I wanted to say from what I was saying earlier, it seems to me that the role of fractals in nature is, it seems like it's like nature decided this is the most efficient way to organize information. Because I was thinking about, you know, what if memory is fractal, right? So you think about how there's the relationships between the symmetry of shapes being the smaller subset being part of the larger subset. And I think about how memory is often very associative, that oftentimes the thing that triggers a memory is, you know, getting in contact with something associated with that memory. So maybe if you think of a smell, for example, that's associated with a memory, it's like that smell is part of the fractal subset of that memory experience matrix. So it seems like, and if you think about, you know, something that's not a fractal, where it says you take a bunch of shapes and you throw it out randomly, you don't really like understand how many shapes there are, what the colors are, what the dimensions. But when it's in a fractal form, it's like all of the relationships between the sets are clearly displayed and everything is clearly quantifiable. So that's, it makes sense that if, you know, the whole panpsychism thing, you know, that I'm, you know, focusing on has any validity to it, and that there is a mind to nature, then it makes sense that if there's a mind and it wants to grow, that fractals would be advantageous to its development.
Yeah, love it. Yeah, the last thing I wanted to mention was there are 10 different incarnations of Vishnu where he preserves the world. I'm going to quickly go through the 10 incarnations, his avatars. Start with Matsya, the fish that saved the world from the flood. Then Kurma, the tortoise who supported the cosmic mountain during the churning of the ocean. And then Varaha, the boar who rescued Earth from the ocean. Then Narasimha, the lion-headed man who defeated Hiranyakashipu. And then we have Vamana, the dwarf Brahmin who humbled King Bali. And Parashurama, the warrior sage with the axe. And Rama, the prince of Ayodhya, the hero of the Ramayana. And then Krishna, who we spoke about earlier, the divine statesman, teacher of the Bhagavad Gita and the playful guide. Then there's Buddha, the enlightened ascetic of peace and compassion. Although in some traditions, this 9th avatar is represented as Balarama. But then as the final avatar, the 10th one is Kalki, the final warrior avatar, expected to appear at the end of this current age. So his final avatar has not yet appeared, which is interesting. Be interesting to see how that plays out.
Yeah, that's the one on the white horse. We're waiting for.
Ah.
Kalki's on route. Kalki's on the way. In the mail. Well, thank you, everybody. I hope you guys enjoyed the show. I hope you guys found it cool. And what was it that you were saying before? Something Cosmic said I was gonna maybe respond to. Oh, I can't remember.
About fractals.
Yeah, man. Memory and fractals. I was gonna say that Shiva, the pentagram, who rules the pentagram, his fifth face is looking upwards, ruling over Akasha, which rules over memory, which is the illusion coming down, time. So that's quite interesting as well, you know. And the Akasha is like where the fundamentals of all memory is stored for like the future and the past and reality and all the dreams. So there's that powerful fractal potential in the memory. And I think you're right. It works through fractals. Well, thank you, everybody. I hope you guys enjoyed the little convo, tongue wag. Hope you guys are going to take it easy. Don't forget to smile. Life is short. And it was an honor being here with Indy and Cosmic and all of you. Sending you all big love and big blessings. Don't forget to smile. Keep the smile alive. And Bum Shiva. Shiva Shambho.